some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this. There's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this house. Certified freak, 7 days a week. You got that wet, baby. Got my pull-out game week. Yeah. I'm trying to get that wet ass pussy. Got a bucket and a mop for that wet ass pussy. I'ma give you what you want for that. When I beat it up, I'ma get it charged. Extra large and extra hard. Put that pussy on my face. Swipe my tongue like a credit card. Hop on top and just ride. Make you scream when I'm inside. Spit in your mouth, look in your eyes, I'ma just die. Tie you up like you're surprised. Make a role play like you're mine. I'm tryna feel every detail, fuck it, disguise. Neighbors calling when you scream out in public, make a scene. She don't cook or clean, but she'll get that spring. Giving life to you, jump out for a let it get inside of you. Show me where I'm about to be. I might ride for you the way you ride on me. Fuck your shit, bite your lip while you on this dick. You ain't gotta ask for a thing, and my mom ain't a fucking. I got stupid for that wet ass pussy. I done fall for the pictures of that wet ass pussy. Play television just to kiss you on that wet ass pussy. I make it right for that wet ass pussy. Certified freak, 7 days a week. You got that wet, baby. And my pull-out game week, yeah. I'm trying to get that wet ass pussy. Got a bucket and a mop for that wet ass pussy. I'ma give you what you want for that. There's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this. There's some hoes in this. There's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this house. Hoes in this house. Hoes in this house. Listen, it's Friday, baby. Mm, I haven't even made breakfast yet because I'm thinking if I want to or not. I'm not sure. It's kind of early, but it looked like it may rain, or maybe it's just really early. I need to go outside and look at the sky. Hey Siri, what's the weather forecast in my area?
The National Weather Service has issued an extreme heat warning. Should be sunny today. Daytime temperatures will hover around 93 degrees, with overnight lows around 73.
I should go out there and water them plants. Yeah, I'll get them. I'll get it. Damn, I should go out there now. And I done started the live, but it's okay. It's okay. We're gonna get to what we doing. Okay, I, I don't need my babies out there to die on me. You know what I'm saying? Um, I don't know. It looked like I was looking out the window. I'm like, why isn't it as bright as it usually is? The truth is, um, my curtains are closed. Just like a little crack. Oh man. Anyway, I'll take care of that. I'll take a break maybe around 10 and then go out there and hurry up and just put some water down. Or I can get it tonight, but they say it's gonna be 93 degrees. Anyway, listen, it's Friday. Okay, it's Friday, baby. Y'all know what that means? That means first of all, I don't know if it's payday weekend or not, week or not. So I about to say we just got paid, but the truth is, I never know when pay week is because I never follow those things. I don't really deal with the money thing. Um, yeah, but it don't matter, okay? Because what I'm saying is we're gonna have us some fun, all types of fun, and baby, like so. I figure I'll give the black men a taste of what they've been giving black women for the last few years. And see, I'm not gonna be as sweet as Cynthia G.
right? I'm not gonna be as nice as some of these other women who, they're gonna speak truth to power, but they're gonna say it in a nice way. Somebody came up here yesterday and they said, "Bomb, you're mean." And I never thought about that before. I always thought, like, I've never had anybody tell me I'm mean, but here on internet they do, right? In this space. But my thing is, am I mean, or is what I'm saying a a reaction to what I'm getting? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a mean person at all. In fact, I get on panels and I ask everybody how they doing. I say hi. I don't hate anybody. I don't dislike anybody. Um, and I guess I'm mean because I'm responding to them. They want to be able to just tell us anything or say anything about us, and we supposed to uh react with kindness. They call some of you women mean. I see that they call anybody, any woman who voiced their opinion. I can name them through the years. They have all called us mean. Some of you get called mean, right? If you're not getting called mean, it's probably because you're just not really saying too much. You know what I mean? But to respond to people calling us German shepherds, hare-headed hooligans, you know, um, talking about we're hoes, you know, there's nothing nice about that shit. There's nothing nice about that motherfucker shit. So I just don't understand. Hold up a minute. Let me stop this share because I'm not even sure if y'all can hear me now. Hold up, hold up. Hello, 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 hello. Oh yeah, yeah, okay. Y'all should be able to hear me. Okay, let me stop this share though. I am sharing. Am I sharing? What y'all? I don't know. What's going on right now? Let me see. Was I sharing a song in the beginning, y'all? Maybe if I end that like that. Because the way I was sharing, it looks like it's a different way. I'm not sure if y'all was hearing the song. Let me go look. I gotta come to the YouTube. Uh, uh, boom, boom, doo, doo. That's crazy right there. Um, mm, mm, I don't know why I don't get no notification. The notifications I get are hello. Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna go all the way to the beginning. Okay, y'all was able to hear it. Hey, Silent. Hey, Nate. How y'all doing? Big J said, "Long live the Manosphere and Passport Boys. We are the best." Okay. Oh, that's not Big J, y'all. I know y'all the best. That's why you on here talk at 6 in the morning talk about long live, huh? Anyway, we're gonna have some fun with y'all. Wait, let me see if that picture. Yeah. So the Manosphere requirements to join the Manosphere, because y'all not gonna like what I'm gonna talk about today, okay? Manosphere guys, no, like you're not gonna like the truths that you're gonna hear. But in order to be the requirement to be in the Manosphere, you need to be unattractive, hated, hatred for black women, lack of education, inability to read statistics, uh, unsuccessful, an excessive amount of free time. Woo-hoo! You meeting number 5 right now. Okay. You have enough time to make up somebody's name to walk around in. You're not even you couldn't even make up your own name, right? And you're walking around talking about how successful. You got a lot of time on your hands, baby. You want me to make up a name for you? Hmm? Non-pussy getting ass nigga. Use that one. But you seem to be a little you have some hatred for Big J and you keep going over there fucking with Big J. Not that I really care, but I'm just saying. Okay. Hmm. I'm about to say, I know that Big J might not be Black Manosphere, but he is Red Pill. Okay. Um, and I heard him say, like I hear him say ridiculous shit. Um, but that's him. Okay. That's him. So let's get back to the bullshit though. The Manosphere, they tell me I'm mean, right? Now I could go through a little bit of that video yesterday because sometimes like these motherfuckers, Jesus, I don't know what's going on with these men. I don't know what's going on with these men because yesterday a 60-plus-year-old man came on the panel and the conversation, he couldn't follow the conversation because he talked too motherfucking much. And my topic was clear. It was in the title, but my topics are always very clear. Even though we talk about many things, truth is I may ramble for a while on one thing, right? To get my point across. But it's always about the Black manosphere. I, even though it says black in front of it, Black manosphere is in my title. I started adding red pill, right? Because that's not just Black men, but it also is a lot of men who don't consider themselves Black manosphere. The red pill ideology itself. Okay. And then um I mentioned I'm throwing in the Black conscious community. Mm, let me hear you say, oh, na, right? Because huh, these men even they're over there too with the same beliefs. They just don't say it the way the Black manosphere says it. That's why they can go from panel to panel. The men who be in the Black conscious community can also be in the Black manosphere community, and they get along because a lot of they talking points is very um on point as it relates to a whole gender. Which, by the way, based on a lot of us, right? A lot of people, there's only two genders. We know there's a few we got a couple of other, I don't know what to call it. Non-gender specific, I guess that's the term. People who just not wanting to be in any of those boxes. Okay, cool. Nothing wrong with that. But there's either people on this earth who can have actual babies, and the other side are the ones who are needed so that gender can have those babies. So basically, what I'm saying, men and women, right? We have men who hate women, but in the Black manosphere, they hate Black women. They hate Black women. And if these men were 25 and under, I would give them some grace, and I do. I give young people all the grace. I don't have, I might question them, try to get them to see things differently, but I give them nothing but grace. Why? Because chances are they haven't went out into the world to really see things for what it is. So everything that they kind of know comes from what somebody told them. Okay. So I give them grace. By the time you're 30, I'm figuring you should have been out in the world, but that doesn't mean that you have. Right? You still may be still just stuck on fucking stupid. We're gonna define some of these words later. Let me write it down though. Because we're gonna define words like stupid, idiot, like fuck boys, all that. We're gonna define all of that, right? Because when I'm speaking, for the most part, I'm using terms and I know what the terms mean that I am using. When I use stupid or uneducated, I'm being very specific, right? Now, there was an older Black man who told me that I wasn't being specific, and I sensed something about him, right? Because nobody usually most of us who are Black, we don't get on this panel or any of the panels in the areas that where is most majority Black people, we don't get up there and start talking about, well, I don't like to talk about race. So I kind of sensed that something was going on, even though I was not talking about race. It's weird. Just because I am talking about a group of people of a particular race doesn't mean I'm talking about race. Now, um, so we're gonna be clear because I saw yesterday, and some of these names I don't be knowing, so I don't know if they men and women name, but I even saw some of the women like Bomb, you are talking about race. But just because he kept asking me, who am I talking about? Because I kept saying, dude, I'm talking about us. I'm talking about us. Us, us, us. That means I'm talking about what we are doing, what's going on, and mainly in the Black community. In particular, I was going in on the Black manosphere, the Black men in the Black manosphere, right? Okay. So how am I talking about race if I was talking about them calling, I was talking about those men talking about, calling Black women German shepherds. They talk about Black women hair, Black women are hoes, Black women. How am I talking about race? Actually, I wasn't talking about race at fucking all. And that's how we know that it doesn't matter. These niggas in their motherfucking 70s, they 60s, they look, it don't matter how old these niggas are. They dumb. And of course, it's not all of them. Yeah, no, look, it's not all of them. And I would even venture, and I have said that there's women who are just as dumb. And I will also say that there's times in my life where I have been an a dummy, right? I didn't know certain things. So I don't know why they take it and to mean so badly. I guess I do know why. Because they're too old to be so motherfucking dumb. Because see, when I was in my what I would call being an I was uneducated about a lot of things. I'm still uneducated about a lot of things. A lot of things. Yesterday we was talking about women's bodies and things like that, right? And I thought it was a great conversation, right? Because what does it do? It expels some beliefs, right? It expels some beliefs. Some people were saying some shit that was ridiculous, but they could have been kind of joking. I don't know. I don't know what this magnet being in our bodies, like we got eggs that has a magnet in it or some shit like that. Or maybe she just don't understand words. But then she could have been using it as, okay, anything that attracts something is a magnet. Okay, well, I guess everything is a magnet, right? She attracted some shit that fell out of her. I guess the magnet of the shit that was in her, right, through her bowels, decided to demagnetize, and the shit just fell out when she got punched in the head. I don't know. Still don't understand how you get the shit literally beat out you, but okay. Um, there was a Black man on this panel, and he kept saying, "I'm talking about race," and I was not talking about race. He kept saying, "Who are you talking about?" And I said, "Black people." Well, how you not talking about race? What? So the term talking about, I can be talking to a whole group of white people and not be talking about white people. I could be talking to a whole group of Black people and not be talking about Black people. Just because who I'm talking to or referencing doesn't mean I'm talking about race, though. And that is who that man is, because he was serious. He truly thought he like that's the kind of conversations. That's why I don't get on the panel over there anymore, because it's circular. I'd rather just listen to him. If he say something I agree with, I just agree with it. And that's mainly because he's over there with anti-black people. And the reason he can deal with that is because he feels like he's a different type of black person, right? And the thing is, they only can be in certain areas because, see, the white people not gonna play with him. He not gonna feel special. He can get up there. I've watched it. I watched them when white people come over, and the white people make them look fucking silly because amongst niggas, he think he is something special when he's amongst white people, and they let him know, right, that you just a nigga, like any other nigga. These white people think are niggas. So we got John Goth over there, and that is a pitiful ass motherfucker right there. I'm talking about pitiful. The nigga's so pitiful, he goes around his own fucking city to show you the, the how terrible his area is. But what he don't understand is he lives there. He's showing his area. And so he can do that around black people who look and be like, oh, that's so terrible. The white people is thinking, but that's your neighborhood, nigga. That's what they say. They're thinking, what's going on with this supposedly black man? And then yesterday he starts claiming that I mentioned his son. I don't know that man. I don't know if he had daughters or son. Everything I know about him, he kind of said yesterday. He mentioned that he's his age. He mentioned that yesterday on the panel. He mentioned uh, that he had a son in college in California. And then he mentioned it and then said, but I'm not going to talk about that right now. Right after he said it, he just said it out the blue. Nobody asked him. And then what else? How I remember how that went down. And then I was like, well, I mean, you if you want to talk about it now, you already like mentioned it. Everybody on the panel said congratulations to him about his son being in college. But you got to understand, if we wasn't talking about that, what was the purpose of that? Like if I reference my grandson or sons or anything, there's a purpose behind that, right? But usually I'm doing it when I'm making a point because, like I said, there's a point. I'm referencing it for a reason. Out of the blue, he just referenced this shit, and then he went on. Right? We said congratulations, and then out of the blue, he starts talking about his wife being not black. Also, nobody questioned him, asked him that shit. And I know exactly what he was doing. So when I attacked him, I assure you it wasn't just because. It wasn't because he has a mixed, as he put it, child, or the other one, she be talking about her biracial daughter. They want to mention this shit. I don't even talk about children over here. But we can, you know, we can. I think I'm a family channel, even though it's not meant for children. But most of us have family, and I'll ask how the family doing. Most of the time, I don't be knowing if these people have wives, husbands, children, boyfriend. I don't be knowing. I just say, "Hey, how you doing? How's the family?" If they mention that they have a wife or children or anything, then now I keep it in and I'll be like, how's the family? How's the kids? If I know if I'm not sure how many kids they have, I say, hey, how's the family? But if I know they have one or the other, boy or girl, I say, hey, how's your daughter? How's your son? Right? But you could tell that I don't be knowing because it be on some how's the family. I asked the men that, I asked the women that. And I don't be knowing if these men are married or not. But I'm sure, I hope that they have at least a family. That can include your mother, your father. You could have sons and daughters. You could have a wife, girlfriend, or whatever. It's really generic when I mention how's the family. So I'm only saying that because I didn't know anything about him. I still don't, not until yesterday I know anything. I didn't know his age, but I could tell he's older. I didn't know his age. Still don't. I'm not sure if he said he was in his 60s or if he said he's 60. I don't know, but he did mention 60s. Okay. And then he went on um, to mention his son graduating. So I'm thinking, well, damn, he's 60 and he's talking about a son in college. So you saw, I even took a leap there and said, damn, shouldn't you have a kid like in their motherfucking 40s, 30s? You know, you know, and then he went on to tell us his age. What I'm saying is they bring up their family and they bring it up for a reason. There we wasn't talking about families. If we had been talking about families and they shared about their family, that's one thing. When we have people come over into a black area and when they start telling us about their biracial sons and daughters out of the blue, they think that is something that gets them some type of credit. They want us all to they want us to put them on a pedestal that a cocaine head, neck head white man chose you when you was a kid at that. So they like we do have black women who think because a white man married them or dated them or gave them a baby that they think they're better. So they come and announce it. They'll come in the area and start talking about my children are biracial, my children are biracial. What that got to do with anything if we're not talking about race? And we're not talking about that. Over here, um I'm not pink pill. I don't like I don't care about the race of your peoples. I don't even I don't even talk about light skin, dark skin. I try to stay away from all of that. Like I'm the last type of person to be talking about that, right? I don't care that you have a biracial anything. So I be feeling like, why are you telling it to me? You want what you think I can relate? I know that most people think I'm biracial. But both of my parents are black. But I don't care. Like I may have cared when I was younger. When I was younger, you know, I may have cared what people thought if I'm biracial, if they call me white, mixed, or all that stuff. And I understood why people make that assumption. I understand. I'm older. That it don't phase me. But when I was younger, while I'm in a black family, in the black community, always around blackness, like I've never been around anything other. But it would be black people who would make judgments. They would say things. Every once in a while, it wasn't a lot, right? I didn't, if they did it behind my back, I didn't give a shit because I wouldn't know, right? But what I'm saying, though, on the internet, we got some motherfucking black people who think they should get a cookie. And they think I'm gonna bake them a fresh batch of cookie when they tell me you got biracial kids. I don't give no fucks about your biracial kid. We got a whole who keep talking about I keep mentioning her biracial daughter. I don't know your daughter. But what I do know though, you don't want me to share because it ain't right, right? The children shouldn't suffer for the sins of the parents until that Scorpio come out of me. You fuck with me long enough, bitch, and you listen. You just don't know what you might get. So I try my best to kind of keep the kids out of it. they'll claim right now. They'll be like, "You're talking about my daughter right now. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the fact that you mentioned your daughter. That's what I'm talking about." They don't know the words talking about and mention. They don't talking about would mean that I'm sitting here giving some information about that said person. Mentioning or talking about you are the one who mentioned your that said person is not me talking about them. I'm actually talking about you. You are the person who talked about them. She's the person who, everywhere she goes, she mentions this daughter or this said person. Okay? He is the one who came over here to inform me or us about his son. And when he mentioned his son in a positive way, me, PhD, I think even Brownie said congratulations about having a son who's at the university. He said congratulations. That's nobody hating. That's like, hey, you proud. You should be proud. Your children are doing something good. That's good. I'm proud for you. And then the nigga started talking about what race his child is. God damn. So I maybe people not taking it the way I'm taking it because I understand what they're doing. Because like I said, I'm older and I lived around certain groups of people. I'm from a generation. Remember, he's older than me, so he's like he would be closer to my parents' age. But no, he's just about 10 years older than me. I have some aunts and uncles his age, so he is he old enough to be my dad? It depends on how far in the 60s, but no, I don't think. I think he would. My parents, yeah, my mother would have been 55. My mother would have been 75 this year, right? But that's like 20 years, right? 75, 55. Yeah. Okay. So, and she had me at 19. Okay. So anyway, so he's not old enough to be my father, but he's old enough to be, he's this age of my cousins, my older cousins. Okay. Who's like 10 years older than me. And, but what I'm saying, the long way is that the nigga talk too much and he never shut the fuck up about race or wanting to tell us that some fat ass, ugly ass white woman gave him a child. Now, was that me being mean when I said that? Yes. I don't know anything about his wife. I don't know if she fat. I don't know if she ugly. I don't know any of that. Okay. I can assure you though, because I do have some people in my family, and they always seem to choose these motherfucking uh practice white women, yo. They never choosing a woman with some education, with a job or nothing. These black men always have some white woman who is looking for some help from a man, and her own race wouldn't pick her ass up. So these lonely ass niggas pick them up. That includes people in my fucking family. My brother, cousins, uncle. Listen, we've seen it. Ain't none of them got a white woman who done got some education where they gonna build together. They got some white woman who willing to sit on her fat ass because nobody else of her race wanted her. And then but they come and throw that shit in our face. That's like these passport bros. Give me a second here. These motherfucking passport bros, right? These niggas, they go over there and make it seem like they doing something. They make it seem like they doing something. And then they'll claim because they be mentioned, they only be mentioned because they the loudest, they the ones who destroy other countries and shit. They on the internet talking about, yeah, black woman, we going over there. And we like, nigga, we don't give a fuck, right? And then we start talking about their dumbasses, right? Because of the shit that they going through. Like this little nigga right here, right? This nigga right here went to a hole over there and had to beg for money to get back. He needed $100 to get back. He wasn't responsible. He didn't have the money to get to the airport in time. He had the responsibility to get to the airport in time. He was when he was in a room with a woman while she slept, he went live and to sneakily show everybody who he with. They are fucking disgusting. A grown ass man did that shit. Grown ass fucking man. And then the nigga was in tears. I'm gonna see if I can find. If y'all could find that clip of that dude, y'all let me know. We gonna share all this shit today, baby. We gonna put these niggas on blast. Oh, and that's not it. We gonna talk about Dr. Umar Johnson, who in the black conscious community. We're gonna talk about them all. And we're not gonna give no fucks. We're gonna take aim and fire. And if they decide to fire back, then I guess we're gonna have the fun for the rest of the summer, honey. Because that's all I'm waiting for. I'm taking shots. I'm wanting to shoot back so we can have some fun tap dancing, tippity tap, break dancing, windmilling, and all that motherfucker shit on top of these niggas' head for the rest of the motherfucker summer. Then I'll have something to come on this bitch every day to talk about. Other than that, I ain't got shit to really talk about. Okay, I'm gonna keep it real with you. There's a lot of shit going on in the real world with politics, everything. I'm trying to prepare for everything that could be coming due to shit that we don't want to pay attention to because people think, oh, there ain't nothing to it. It's probably I don't really care. Now you need to care. People have been sounding the alarm, but I can only do so much. I did it. No, for no year was I on the internet talking about politics as much as I did last year. When I went live, there was a thing going strolling everywhere I went on the top saying, make sure to vote, register to vote, make sure you vote, make sure you vote, make sure you vote. We even tried to break down Project 2025, and people didn't want to hear it. Or even if you heard it, maybe you heard it too much and you didn't understand it. Like we tried to break it down, tried to explain. See, but we though as a community, we just go with the flow. We ain't got no choice. That's how it's always been. The prices go up, we be like, oh, okay. The thing is though, what's going they not only raising prices because the economy is getting fucked up, right? But they taking everything that you used to be able to get help from away. And people like to focus just on the food and food stamps. I don't know why they do that because there's storms. There's people who are in area where it's floods and storms and shit like that. Education. Your kids, if you got kids who in school, these dumbass niggas trying to come up with money to go to buy vagina and making it seem like those women are better. What they're saying is those women are over there cheaper, is what they have always been saying. That's why they're disgusting. They want to put black women who won't deal with them because they're just not up to par against women they're gonna go over there and give $50 to have sex with. And I don't even put those women down in another country. They're doing what they need to do to survive. those countries also don't have the help that we get here in America, or the help that we used to get that they're trying to take away. I need black women to understand what's going on. That's why, yeah, it's gonna be up to us. And it's sad. It's gonna be up to us, every single one of us. Because we gonna be those women who gonna be willing to take and accept anything to survive. Because that's how they want it. They don't want you to get no food stamps, no Medicare, no Medicaid. They don't want you to get none of that if you need it. And they taking the jobs away from us. They're trying to take the education away from us. We're gonna look like a third world country as it relates to the fucking women. But the men, they think they out of the water. They think, oh, that's y'all. Well, that's us. Because a black woman, she raises black children. Even if she with a man or not, whether she married or not, you raising black children. And those children, 50% of the time could be males. Like these niggas dumb. You know what happens to the women? I know they hate to hear what I'm about to say, but the our nation is dependent on the fucking woman. The nation of a blackness in this country is dependent on the woman. Because if she don't have black children, then we no longer have black children. Right? You men, y'all can dip and dab where you want. But if you creating a white mother and she's active in that life, then I'm afraid no matter how dark this child is, especially if it comes from a nigga like you who made the choices you made, we already know you just creating a white hood ass motherfucker children who also not gonna have no education. Just because they skin and lightened up don't mean that they getting something different. I think that's the confusion in our community. When we talk about colorism, colorism exists in our community. Outside the community, nobody is thinking, white people not looking at me and thinking that, oh, she light skinned black, let me hire her. She one of the ones trusted. No, I promise you, every step of the way. And it was usually a white woman. The white men, you know, a man is a man is a man. And as long as you got certain attributes about yourself, then they'll hire you. They're not thinking business wise, they're thinking with their penis or their eyes and shit like that. Okay. We all know that uh pretty women, I guess as they put it, right? Because I think pretty is dependent on the beholder, right? But yes, and the white people wanted to let me know that I'm hey, they would come and touch my hair, right? I remember at times they would, there was no color contacts at one point. So, you know, so they would, some of them just didn't like me at all, didn't think I should be here, right? Because there's white people who don't think it should be mixed. There should be no mixing of the race. See, I come from a generation where I know what was here, and I know it's not gone. If you don't know that it's here because you're so young, you ain't never had to face it, you ain't never really seen it. So you don't think it's there because you haven't seen it. And when you see it, you don't even recognize it. That's understandable. You can't recognize and identify something you've never seen before if nobody ever showed it to you before. It's understandable. That's why it's weird when I'm on panels and I'm saying something and some younger person gonna tell me I'm wrong. Now, if you talk about today, okay, cool. I'm like though, but you talk about what they do today as if they ain't never do this shit. As if there was never anybody who wanted attention. As if there was never anybody who made money from their looks or attention. As if there was never stupid people. The thing is, though, I can look at a situation, I can tell that this is fake. I can tell the real ones, I can tell the fake ones, and mainly because they end up telling on themselves. People swore up and down that dude who said he had all them fucking children. They kept telling me, no, Bomb, he's telling the truth. He's telling the truth, Bomb. I'm like, no. We had that. Listen, we've had so many discussions over here. Every single time I end up right. Because even though it's human nature, uh, a lot of us can do a lot of shit, including myself. Like I have the ability, just like you have the ability to do whatever it is you want to do. If you want to be a criminal, you'll be a criminal. Whether you're a criminal that get caught or not, well, I don't know. That depending on a lot of things. On whether you're a good criminal, a smart criminal, or maybe you could be just a lucky criminal or unlucky criminal. Like that's so we all can do those things. So yes, we all can lie or be telling the truth. We all could be greedy. We all could be this, that, and the third. Yes. But when I listen to people, I'm listening to them. I'm watching them. I'm and so when that man was talking about them baby mamas and shit, now when these people on here talk about they getting food stamps and they lying about to the government and shit like that, and I'm like, she is not telling the truth. And then I say, well, she's not telling the truth. Why is she online telling it? And then y'all be like, Bomb, people stupid. I'm like, yeah, people stupid, but she's not stupid though. How do I know she's not stupid? Because I'm listening to her. I go back and listen to a few other things. I'm listening to what she's saying. I know that ain't nowhere in this goddamn nation is they giving anybody $1,000 food stamp a month for just them with no children. Facts that things that they put out isn't factual. So we want to believe it because they look like us. We want to believe it because we know there's stupid people out here. It's easy for us to believe, especially if we think that there's a lot of ain't shit women out here. Yeah, they got a lot of ain't shit people out here. That's a fact. But this one who's on this channel saying this shit right here, she ain't telling the truth. You, the woman said that she was getting $1,000 a month and she was lying. And then she showed you food. Then she made another one saying, I just got out of jail. But she didn't show you her in jail. In fact, even that story was like, I'm walking, they just let me out. And I'm walking, I'm trying to get far away. My car is that way, but I'm walking this way so I could get far away. So why is she walking away from her car? Why is she running? They just let her out. That means she got posted bond or bail or whatever she had to do to get out. So why is she running like she's scared? No, people don't do that shit. You ain't got no reason to do that shit. That shit was a skit. And people started making videos. Oh, that's what she get. She lied. She lied and stealing from the government. Ooh, they caught her. Ooh, this and see, so she's smart enough to understand that if I make a video, then yeah, they're gonna identify me. So let me make that video. Let me and like she ran with that shit. That's how smart she was. But the people who listened apparently who and believed her, it wasn't smart at all. The government is not giving no $1,000 to a single person with no children every month. The government making you out prove what it is you get and don't get. We are not living in the goddamn 80s, the 70s, and the 60s. Computers, they don't even need you to bring no goddamn pay stubs or shit, but they ask you to bring it so they can have it in their record. But did you know through your social security number, everything you fucking do, money wise, work wise, and shit, is right there for the government to pull up? They don't need you to prove not a motherfucking thing. It's really not that difficult. You could go in there and not have that paperwork, and depending on your caseworker, depends on if they not give it to you there, because they don't see they can give it to you because they don't really need it from you because they already got it. And you know how you know if you go in there and you say, well, y'all don't get any money. Motherfuckers pulled up and they could see right then and there. They could see that I get a VA payment. I get this, I get that. They see shit from even before when I was getting something that I no longer get. And that's all for health care. For health care. I just imagine if I was trying to get some money or some goddamn food stamps or something, they could see the same thing. They can see your unemployment, the last time you got it, and they can see who you was employed with, as long as it wasn't under the table. They be like, we see that you worked for so and so. Your ass might be sitting up there like, because you didn't know that they know. I don't know how you don't know that they know you gave out your social security number to the job that you work at. What the fuck? Um, so I can tell when there is a skit. Now they could be actually doing a skit from something that truly happened. Like you go on there, you see where some shit really happened. Where they got on there and they fighting. The woman and the man is fighting. They really fighting, right? Because for some reason, yes, people we because we're not connected in a real way to real people. People feel more connected to the internet people, right? So there's people, those of you who you're young, so you connected to Facebook friends. Okay? You connected to Facebook friends, and your family might be also your Facebook friends. So it's understandable when her and her man are fighting or some shit, but she gonna go live. I the niece do that shit. I'm thinking, what is she doing? Right? Her man didn't come home. He didn't come home, and so she sat up all night waiting for him. And then as soon as she heard him coming, she went live. And then when he got in the house, she said, "Pull your pants down, let me smell your dick." That's what she did. Pull your pants down, let me smell your dick. Everybody in the whole area looking and watching. But the thing is, because they know these people, it was not shocking. It wasn't shocking. Hood boogers do hood booger shit. Hood boogers do hood booger shit. And because I'm gonna be honest, like that's some hood booger ass shit. It's not because of where you live if you a hood booger. Like you do, that's some ratchet ass shit. Some man come in, you think he cheating, okay? What the hell you asking to pull his pants down so you can smell his penis for? That sounds so fucking disgusting to me. That might sound normal to some people though. The fuck I look like smelling just to see if he with somebody. And what you gonna do even if it is? What you gonna do? Y'all gonna fight, end up still being together. You living with him. She moved in with him because she lost her place being a hood booger. Lost a whole Section 8 place. Wanting to smoke. And them people not fucking playing. The government is not playing the way y'all think. It's not that easy to scam the government like y'all claim. Motherfuckers getting caught and they getting kicked out. You get kicked off of Section 8. You ain't get, I think there's a penalty of you ain't getting it for 10 years or 20 years. And she got kicked off because I'm saying she was smoking in the place. She had a nice place too. Nice, y'all. Stainless steel, everything in the kitchen, everything in 3 bedroom and shit, spacious and shit. And she wouldn't even not smoke in the house with kids. That they ain't playing. And she had all them kids and they still kicked her ass out. The decisions you make today could affect you for fucking ever, for the rest of your life. She done now since lost her children. The children have been that she's no longer the official anything to them children. They've been adopted out. How you go from having 3 kids to having 0 motherfucking kids? Your kids have been adopted, all due to your actions. All due to your motherfucking actions. And there was always a man in her motherfucking life. These niggas are making it seem like, well, the men, they walked away and who raised them? It's just a woman. And there's always a nigga around. Always. In fact, most of the time they're the fucking reason the women lose their children. Because of the nigga. The nigga who ain't got no job because he done ruined his motherfucking career from the jump, doing criminal shit. He still want to be criminal. He want to sell drugs or he want to do drugs. Want to have drugs around the kids. And her dumb ass, because she keeping a man, she allows this shit. But see, when you on that government assistance shit, them motherfucking people is in your business. Those of you who claim you don't know nothing about what the fuck I'm talking about, these niggas get up there and act like, oh, all these women on this, assistance on this and that. Everybody know if you on assistance, the motherfuckers in your business. There ain't no free ride. Every 6 months, you gotta go and you gotta have an appointment to renew to make sure you still qualify. Every year, if you're on Section 8, them motherfuckers come inside the house to inspect that bitch. I ain't never had to worry about no shit like that in my life. No, but I can have a house with shit from the floor to the ceiling, and ain't nobody gonna tell me not a motherfucking thing. Nobody coming through to inspect. It could be dirty, trashy, fucked up, holes in the wall. Shit could be falling over. I could be in a condemned house, like a lot of people live in, which should be condemned, right? And ain't not a motherfucker body telling them anything, could tell them anything because they not on Section 8. They not getting none of that shit where people come and check. But if you own that assistance, baby, they coming through once a year. If you got Section 8, they come in there to make sure everything. Why would they pay for some shit that should be condemned? They're gonna make sure that the environment is safe for the children and you. Make sure you're not with no slumlords. Then they're gonna come through and make sure you're doing what you're supposed to do. Because you may have gotten a very nice house, but you are the slummy ass, dirty ass bitch. They come there and a nigga sitting on the couch smoking in a house where you're not supposed to be smoking. You really shouldn't be smoking in a house. If you have children, they don't even have to be smokers, and you are actually putting nicotine in their system. This has already been founded through science. They can't tell you to stop smoking, period. So you go outside and smoke. You should be far away from the house that you're smoking, right? You should literally like go across the street or some shit and put that chemical bullshit in the air that everybody's breathing. If you had white walls in your house, but now when you look at them, they got a yellow tip to it, that's your motherfucking smoke. It shows that the nicotine and whatever else is in that goddamn cigarette is in the walls, bitch. You can literally look at it and see it. So just imagine what it's doing inside your body, but not to mention the motherfucker anybody who live in that house with you. People think something that they can't see, that it must not be harming you, but you can see it though. You just need to open your motherfucking eyes. You living in a house, you ain't really taking care of it. You got to wash down your walls. Motherfuckers don't know that though. They ain't know that. I'm like, when people watching me wash my walls down, people's like, what is she doing that for? Fuck you mean what I'm doing that for? How, nothing stays clean without you cleaning it. Nothing. Motherfuckers be wanting to move because they be like, oh yeah, I need to move. They don't like the walls to change colors. Bitch, what you talking about? Why you ain't wash the walls? All you gotta do, look, once a week, once every 2 weeks, once a month, is take a damp cloth and just wash through the walls. Especially the doors and shit. Around the door, you always touching the doors. You and everybody else touching the doors. You know you could just wipe that away, right? You ain't gotta paint that away. You wipe that away. Now, if it gets so bad where you went years and many years without doing, yeah, bitch, you might have to get that paint to do that shit. But you really could get a cloth. You know, before they had these type of walls, they used to have paneling. Paneling, you was able to, yeah, you was able to dust those. My mom used to have us dust in the walls, and then we would go in the corners because you know they got spiders and shit like that that would leave cobwebs. But who wants to live in a house with cobwebs? What you think the cobwebs gonna just disappear, bitch? It's gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger. But anyway, these motherfucking niggas right here, these passport bros, you ever when you always go to see where they living dirty. And if and if they living clean is with their mama. And then they want you though to want them. Living with their mama is not a disqualifier, right? Because if a man stays with his family, he's helping his family, they're helping each other, they just living, right? That's not a disqualifier. For some women, I guess that's a disqualifier. Oh, you still will live with your mom? Like I don't know, like you could tell that that thinking is not really rational because she might be still living with her mother, okay? But the question is, do he have a job? You know, well, like he's not trying to get a what they call what they call a man pads or something type of thing. He's not looking for that. He's not looking to need to bring women in and out and out and in and out. So he's saving up his money, hopefully, which is very hard to do. Okay. In this world, it's hard to do. My sons be buying shit that I be thinking, damn. Remember, one of y'all was telling me about moisturizing my face, and y'all mentioned, I think it started with a C, CEV. I think it was brownie, right? And y'all was talking about that, and I think on another panel, the women was mentioning some things too. And so I go to the store when I was in Walmart. I said, "Well, let me go see what they got to moisturize my face." And and I see a few things. I see so much shit. I'm like, I got confused. I didn't end up buying nothing because, Lord, because even in that brand, there's different things. It's the nighttime, the lotion, and this and that. I'm like, oh my God. I was like, and in Walmart, there's no help. You know what I mean? Like I was asking the black women who would come in, and everybody was giving me a different brand. You know, I'm not beyond asking young black women. You know, I love y'all give me information and things like that. But everybody black walked in there, everything locked up. right? So you got to wait for the person to come unlock this shit, which is weird though. If you go three, uh, 3 hours to the right, the shit is on the shelf unlocked. When it's around the white people shit, guess what? It's not locked, y'all. The same shit. I saw it on three shelves, 3 hours. I'm sorry, 3 hours the other way where the body lotions and moisturizers, the regular Noximas and shit. The same shit that's locked up over here in the cosmetic area was over there unlocked up. Well, you know, white people not using no Noxima. I used to use Noxima as a kid. That shit used to burn my motherfucking eyes. Anyway, that's when I was a kid, and I don't know why I was putting shit on my very young skin because of TV commercials. Okay, fucking up your skin, fucking around with them damn TV commercials. Anyway, I done jumped all over the place. So anyway, let me put the link in. We're gonna talk about the Black Manosphere. We're gonna talk about uh the conscious community, in particular, Dr. Umar Johnson, and anybody else y'all come up with, tell me a name about, because I don't really know the motherfucking people. That nigga is a ratchet ass nigga. I heard more women that came out on his ass. And then before I put the link out, let me share this with you. Okay. The men gonna be mad. They always mad, baby. They always mad. We don't give no fucks over here. Be mad, nigga. Okay. You was mad already. You was already mad. Okay. I don't need the sound, but I'm gonna click the sound just in case I need it. And we gonna go look at this. Blackmanosphere.com, everybody. Blackmanosphere.com. And they got something going on in 2025. Look, they looking for some membership. Welcome to becoming an official card carrying Black Manosphere man. Lord. And let's go look at these niggas, because y'all know I always like looking at the niggas. Okay. This said, join us this September in Miami as we illustrate, discuss, and teach how the 21st century Black gentleman navigates life and style. Look at him, baby. Oh, we're not done. We're not done. I don't like. I don't. I'm not understanding. They said at a time of exponential changes in solidarity, the voice and the image of Black men leading to dynamic changes in society. Black Manosphere Concave offers profound guidance to Black men, their sons, and colleagues. These motherfuckers, whoever did this website, they should be ashamed of the motherfucker self. Why is every word capitalized? What is going on? Who did it? Why? Why aren't they educated? What the fuck is going on? And because they're not educated, they don't understand. They have no understanding. Okay? They have no understanding or how we receive information when reading it. Okay. Look at this nigga here. Why didn't he say that? What is he holding on to? What this nigga holding on to? Let me go get a beat real quick. We want it to be R&B, y'all. It got to be R&B. I'm sorry. Let's find something slow. Okay, let's find a R&B. Free beats. Okay, let's see. Hey, pop squad, back up singers. Let's get it.
30 hertz straight up.
I used to be in love. with my hairy head. And then one day, waking up from bed, I realized I was bald. So I said, it looked like scar. I put a scarf on my head, my hat. And then I said, I'm a black man. I'm a black man. I don't ever need a tan. I'm a black man. I'm a black man. 'Cause I lost my hair to the, hey, missing my hair, yes. Niggas wanna put me to the test. I'ma buy her a brand new dress. And guess, buy that fitted cap hoe. I know they will never know that I'm bold under that cap. Yes, like Minister Jack, I'm bold, I'm bitch, but you would never know why. 'Cause I keep it a cap, fit it, cap, fit it, cap. Ooh. Minister Jap, bald head, yo, I thinking he can still pull the hose, but it's not true. It's not true. Nigga, you through. Nigga, you through. I fitted cap will be my best friend to the very end. I'm trying to save myself. I'm bald headed, but you will never know. I never said it. I'm telling the truth now. I'm keeping the facts 100 truth now. Here we here we go, bald head nigga, a black man on that nigga over there. That nigga bald headed, baby. Let's go look at it again. Let's go back. We gotta go back, okay? That's my old lady picture I was looking for yesterday. Look at what's going on? This nigga is out at a whole event, the Black Manosphere event. Y'all don't see something in common with all these niggas right here? This one right here, this one right here, this one right here, this one right here. These niggas holding on to them edges on the side. Look, this nigga got a bald spot clearly in the back, going all the way to the front. And then it looked like the nigga took a brush and kind of tried to get some waves from this shit. Look at this nigga right here with this, that nigga right there. Look at that. Look what they doing. They holding on for dear life. Oh, Lord, they need to get that paint spray. They need to go get a weave, nigga. Go get a weave, nigga. While they talk about us in our goddamn heads. These niggas ain't got no, hell no. Y'all see this shit? Hey, Lena, what the hell going on with the black men in their heads? And look, then they got the ones with the hat. Okay. They got the ones with the hat. This nigga got a whole, what the hell going on with this nigga right here? His hairline has been pushed so far back. It's damn near even with his ears. Right up in this spot right here. The one with this curly shit right there. And and look at the niggas, he indoors with a hat on. He's the smartest one. Him and that one right there. Okay. Look at this. And so what I would say is by looking at some of these men, you don't need a manosphere group. You need skincare and hair care. Skincare and hair care. Did you men, like I'm noticing my sons who are they millennials. They the last millennial. One son is the very last millennial. They used to call him a zennial, but then it looked like they adjusted the year. So I think based on what I know, 94 is a millennial, 96 is the last millennial, and 97 is the first zennial. Now, I think certain sites change it up a little tiny bit, but what I'm saying is my sons are still young men, right? They're young men, but they're not the youngest men anymore because they about to head into their 30s. One of them hit his 30s, the other one is headed quickly there. And but they have skincare in the bathroom. I'm looking at beard care, hair care. Oh my God. They have more products than I do. In fact, I go in there and use their motherfucking products. They got smelly good shit. My sons have nice candles that you like that has those smells, aromas. I've never really been into any of that. My sons are all into that. Self-care. And I love it. I love it for you younger people. I love it. You know, at first I was thinking, is my son's metrosexuals? Then I realized, wait, metrosexual just mean men who take care of themselves. They want to take care of their skin. You want to look good. You want to smell good. You want to be decent. You know what I mean? And I ain't never really, my dad used to just have some blue magic razors, and he had him a cologne. He had a couple of colognes. I ain't never see my dad have no skincare shit. I'm not saying that, I'm just saying, I'm not saying that to say that men today are doing something wrong. I'm just saying the men back then did not take care of their skin. And see, there was a lot of women who wasn't, we wasn't buying products. I remember my mom used to make hair conditioner with eggs, mayonnaise, and shit like that. And it worked so well too. I'm thinking about my mom used to do hot oil treatments, right? With some oil, um, melt it up, put it on your hair, sit under the dryer, or and then you rinse that shit out, and your hair be all. They just used to do a lot of things different than they do today, right? Um, but anyway, these men, that's what they need to become metrosexuals, or they need to start caring about themselves. Okay, look at them. They. This is crazy. I think a lot of men, ah, the ones who take care, if you're gonna have a beard, you need to take care of it. It should not be scraggly, uncared for, and unkept. Why would you grow some shit like that? And this dude right here, he's right here on YouTube. Okay. Um, these niggas be dumb though. And then they want a woman fresh, they want her to be fit. Look at Theo. This nigga is fat as hell. That's an old ass motherfucker picture. Let's see him here. Look at that. He don't see this picture right here, and him. He don't look nothing like that picture. Okay. Um, he the one who also had Kevin Samuels had in mind talking about Kevin help me find my wife, and then he tried to take over the Manosphere, this is probably his site, right? Look, and they say he an engineer. Engineer to what? What kind of engineer? Because he could be cleaning toilets and be an engineer. Okay. Now this one here says he a businessman. He must mean he a YouTuber. Okay. Uh, let me see. These niggas be on YouTube more than me. And look, Obsidian. Look, they got him as an author. Okay. Uh, you see him? And the shit and look, the shit happens in when September, right? Let me make sure because I don't want to lie. I don't want to tell no lies. I don't want lies, shame the devil, right? I could have sworn when I read it, it said September, but um, they still got some shit to be announced. Isn't September like 2 months away? Um, and day one, when I click on it, there's nothing to click on. So image, your personal image is how people perceive you at a glance. Yes, take care of your hair, balding ass niggas. Okay. Thus, I don't know why it's so late. You could barely read it. But what? Who made this site? They should be ashamed. Let me see if I highlight it. Could I read it better? Nope, that didn't make it better. Why would they put light print on a light background? Why would they do that? Anyway, maybe they don't want you to read it. Your personal image is how people perceive you at a glance. Thus, it's the way you dress, the way you look, the way you behave, the way you communicate, etc. Finally, people only look at your appearance to get a first impression of whether they like you or not. What? Okay. Maybe it's me. Let me reread it. Because I see what they're saying that image, and then they're talking about the way you dress, the way you behave. So if they talk when they go to your behavior, right? And the way you communicate, then how is it they didn't say they go by your appearance? So your image does include everything about you. But the men, when they focus on this, they're gonna be talking about the way you dress. And I bet you anything they're not gonna do no skincare. Unless they listen to this and then they're gonna add some skincare and some hair care. Okay. If I was in Miami, I would be at this motherfucker. If I was anywhere in Florida, I would pop up on these bitches. Let me see. I think that's where it's at, right? Um, yeah, it's in September in Miami. Yeah. Okay. So see what else they got. So then they have business. Your business is defined as an organization or enterprising entity engaged in commercial, industrial, or professional activities. Businesses can be for profit entities or nonprofit organizations. Business types range from limited liability companies, sole proprietorship corporations, and partnerships. And what that mean though? What you going that's all you're gonna explain to them? Technology. Technology provides every modern man with easy to access information, accelerated learning, and fun opportunities to practice for the future. It enables man to explore new subjects and deepen your understanding of difficult concepts, particularly in STEM. They done went all technology is not just in STEM, but okay. But with that, like, what they gonna do on day 3? They ain't teaching these niggas nothing. It's not like they gonna have a guy from Google there. It's not in business. It's not like they gonna have a guy from you know from somebody from Walmart or something like that. Gonna be able to come and teach them about business, right? Um, and image. Kevin Samuels is gone. That nigga can't teach you how to dress like a fool. Okay. Fitness. Oh Lord, they need fitness, baby. Let's go get us a little clip about fitness. Yeah, I could do that. Let's get we're gonna need we're gonna need us some fitness, baby. Here we go. We're gonna need them to do some yoga, baby. Okay, let me see if I can find a black man doing yoga. Let's see. Let's go back. Fat black man. Nope. They only got women. They ain't got a black man. Oh, let me see if there's any size black man doing yoga. We only got the women doing yoga. So we could find a fat black white man doing yoga, but we can't find them. Look, it says fat black. Oh, I didn't put man. That's my fault. That's my fault. Okay, my fault. Let me put it in. Oh, there you go. Cause I thought that's that one that got titties like women. But I think it is a woman. Like I think people getting confused. What where is that? Where that one that I clicked on? I think this is the woman. I think that's a trans man. But is that the one? I don't know if that's him. I just saw a video and he got titties and everything, and they was talking about, and I was thinking to myself, I said, that's a woman. That's a trans man. But people don't, their eyes don't be open. Okay, you gotta open your eyes. Open your eyes. Okay. Um, that's not him though. But it looked like I see a very few. What is he doing? Is he eating? I know it's jokes, y'all. What I'm doing is jokes too. Okay, don't make it seem like I think, oh, Rom, you over there sharing shit that's not true. Okay. That white man doing him some yoga, baby. I need to know what does yoga like I need to know what how does besides I think yoga is for strength, right? For strengthening. I need to do some research on anybody who know about yoga. I'm gonna put the link, y'all can come and tell me about it. Um, because I always just be watching and they be getting these poses and holding it. And I be thinking, how is that helping them lose weight? They don't look like they're burning any calories, anything, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know the science behind it. So I guess y'all could come up and talk about that to me. Let's see. He doing some yoga. Look like he over there praying for some pussy and maybe some food. Okay. He praying for pussy and food shit. All he doing is sitting on a yoga mat. That don't mean he doing yoga. Can I grab this clip? He's like, he's breathing in and out. And he said, bring me my chicken. And please bring me a woman. I'm sorry, y'all. I got jokes for days, baby. Okay. Um, I don't know. I don't know about the yoga, but if y'all, yeah, it looked quite easy. Now, some of them positions, like this woman doing this position on, I ain't never doing no shit like that at my age. The fuck I look like getting upside down. I used to try to spin on my head as a kid, and that might be why I'm a little crazy today. Okay, so but I'm not against it. It looked like a nice pose that if I knew how to do, I would brag that I could do it. I wonder what the upside to it is. Is it? Look at this. This nigga is. Go ahead, Superman. It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's a double decker. Fat ass man. Look. God damn. Get it, super guy. Get it. Fat black man images. I'm sorry. What the fuck is going on? Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Yo, she doing her thing. She's flexible than a mofo. That go to titty man right here. There you go. Here you go. Y'all can't tell me that's not a woman. Well, I apologize to her or him, okay, for the pronouns. Wait a minute. Let's see. I damn, where's that? Let me see if I redo it. Yeah, that's say. Oh Lord. Is it gonna oh, that's a TikTok. I don't have TikTok, but that might be why. But that's the picture. Let's see if we can. Oh, what happened? It got too big. Y'all can't tell me that's not a motherfucking woman. That I mean, or used to be a woman. If it's not a woman now, that is a woman's body. See, and I personally can tell. And I'm gonna tell you how you could tell. You could tell by the shoulders. You could tell by this part of the body from the underneath, from the shoulders to the hips. Okay, this is a woman, but it might be it's a man, but woman. It's a woman, man, woman. It's a this was a woman at one time. Okay, um, or he is he trying to be a woman today? Like it's confusing. But at one time, there was a woman. Okay. I don't know if it's a woman today, a woman tomorrow, a woman yesterday. In fact, let's find a beat for it. Okay. We might be able to find a beat. Is you a woman today, a woman tomorrow? Was you a woman yesterday? I'm joking. Okay. Uh, and she got my body. He or she got my body shape. Okay. Yeah. So I ain't hating. In fact, I'm not hating. I'm just saying. He got my body shape, and y'all can't be telling. I know I ain't goddamn shaped like no goddamn man. Okay, so I'm let it go. I'm a free your mind, and your tits will follow. The bigness blind. Like, I'm gonna leave it alone, baby. Jeez, I'm so mean. That's why they say I'm mean because I'm cracking jokes, but I'm just cracking jokes, y'all. The teacher said we need to talk more about men being overweight. It's not healthy to and looks awful. I agree. Big J, actually, we're on similar path. I am always reminding our beautiful sisters that loyalty towards a group of degenerates who have been divesting system assimilation is asinine. I agree. Where's Big J at? Big J got me blocked. Hey, May, I've been telling him, hey JT, um, um, I've been telling Big J that he had me blocked, and he kept talking about he ain't got me blocked. I can never see Big J, okay, in no goddamn chat. But it's okay. He got me blocked. Nobody can. I just don't understand how you got me blocked, but you come in my shit. People be talking to you. I can't even say hi to you. But not that it matters. Hiding and shit. I'm gonna make it to where people got me blocked can't come over here. Fuck them. Okay. Anyway, yes. I don't. They always like to talk about that black women, but most of the men over there in that manosphere space are big. And listen, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not against black, big black men. Like I don't know why. I don't know why I always found them to be attractive. You know what I mean? But they can't have no titties though. It's enough that I'm okay with you being a big dude. You know what I mean? And that's me. I'm just talking about me. Everybody not into the same thing I'm into. Even though my husband is not big. And just because I say I like something um don't mean that that's what I married. And that's what these men don't understand. When a woman say, she like I'm tall, dark, and handsome, that doesn't mean that her husband, who she found to be her type and who she loved, might be the totally opposite. He might be not as tall as, in our imagination we want him to be. He might not be as dark as we want him to be. Like he might end up being a light skinned dude. I've always liked tall, dark, and handsome. Um, I find those things to be attractive, not just on men, but on women. Tall, dark women are beautiful to me as well. Tall, dark men are beautiful to me. Just because I find them to be what I consider attractive does not mean that that individual who has those traits are for me. So when I dated light skinned men, I dated short men, and when I say short, I mean they were taller than me, but they were short, right? In comparison to what we in society today. Okay. Um, I imagine that if I would have met a little person who had, the personality we was able to click, I imagine I probably would have dated him too. But these men don't understand that. That's how I know we're dealing with a lot of people in the slow community. See, they need to make a slow community. They shouldn't have a black manosphere. It shouldn't even be about their race or and maybe not even their gender. It should just be the slow community. And I'm talking about the slow ones who are out in the world themselves, not the ones who need help and assistance from people, not the Jalen's and the slow cows. You know, Jalen and slow cow, they're gonna always need assistance. Okay, they're always gonna need somebody there to care for them. Okay, um, but they got people, and I ain't gonna mention no names, but they here on YouTube. Them niggas need assistance. They don't need assistance, but they're out in the world and they slow. Those people truly do need assistance, but they don't have any. They're out in the world making a mess and coming together in groups and making things like the Black Manosphere because they're angry. They're angry that they can't figure out the code. And then they called it the cheat code. They want to know how to get this particular woman. And Obsidian, who, here we go, he was fat at one time. Okay. These niggas think they fit. They delusional. They be calling us delusional. Let's go back to them pictures. Let's see if we can find a video. Okay. Because I remember he was a bigger dude. He lost some weight, thinning out. They think though that's all they need is to put on a suit, put on some glasses, cover up their bald spots, and they want to trick a bitch. Okay. And then they mad at us talking about we got weaves and shit. Now here we go. This is what they gonna do. So the Henry pass, the HVM pass, the CIA pass, confident, intelligent, and assertive. Man, you got to be confident to have a gap like that in your motherfucking mouth and be cheesing like this nigga doing. That's confidence, baby. Woo! Get it, baby. Get it. Go get it. That look like the same dude over here, though. Now he looking a little better over here. The Henry pass. High earner, not rich yet. High earner, what they mean? He made $50,000. Hit. They go Henry in training. And then they got let's move it a little bit. They even got a woman, group. That's what I'm saying. I would show up. They got the high value man. And then they got the virtual SS. Look like you can virtually SS pass. And then they got the FBI pass. And that's for feminine, beautiful, and inspirational. Okay. Um, and let's see what we got here. So they got members, events, watch and learn. That's the replays, meetings, merch. Let's go see what kind of merch they got in a minute. And Black men, they trying to get your money. Let's see how much it costs. Woo! Baby, at first they wanted 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, 1,200, and $100. And then they drop because they got a big ass motherfucking sale, baby. Oh, the sale is more than half off. It looked like it might be 75% off. They probably don't know that though because they're not educated. Because if you go from $1,000 to $300, we know that's more than 50% off. Because half of $300,000 is $600, right? Half of $1,000 is $500. So these motherfuckers though took it to 75% off. Now let's talk about the 2,000 though, right? Because the 2,000, half of 2,000 is 1,000. Half of 1,000 is 500. So they not at the 75% off no more. Wait a minute. Let me ask. Hey Siri, what's 75% of 2,000?
75% times 2,000 is 1,500.
No, that's not what I said. Hey Siri, what 75% of 2,000?
75% times 2,000 is
Or maybe I'm saying it wrong. That's why she's doing it like that. Let me see. Uh, Actually, that might be right. Okay, wait a minute. Hey Siri, what's 75% of 1,000?
The answer is 750.
Okay. I see what I'm asking the wrong thing like that. Okay, so Yeah, no, that's right. You would take 750 from, okay, wait, let me do it myself. Um, yeah, it's a little more than because you take the 750, right? 75% of 1,000 is 750. You would deduct the 750 from the 1,000 to get what I'm talking about. So this would be $250 if it was 75% off. Now let's try the 2,000. 0.75 minus the 2,000. This would be 500 if it was 75%, and so on. But so anyway, this some whack ass shit from some whack ass hoes, whack ass shit from niggas who don't stand on their own toes. Listen, let's see what this is, y'all.
And we are here at the Black Manosphere Conclave 4.0.
And I'm glad I'm able to help raise up a community of black men.
There you go. Get it, nigga.
I see no changes. Wake up in the morning and I ask myself, is life worth living? Should I blast myself? I'm tired of being poor and even worse, I'm black. My stomach hurts, so I'm looking for a person.
Ball head.
Me, Obsidian Ali. I am one of the, I guess you could say, founding fathers of the Black Manosphere, as well as the Black Manosphere Conclave.
First ship them, don't let them deal with brothers. Give them guns, step back, watch them kill each other.
Shannon, Rawls, Theo Waff, and myself, we all came out of Kevin Samuels' private members-only Facebook group.
We gotta stop.
So they using Kevin Samuels to try to promote their shit because Kevin Samuels wasn't a thing until Obsidian. So when they're now saying, "Oh, we came from Kevin Samuels," you know what I mean? That's some weak ass shit, man. Instead of him promoting his book and saying, "I've written books, blah 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 blah," and I've been, what they call the Godfather, whatever they called him, of the Manosphere for 10 years, 10+ years. He wants to jump on the Kevin Samuels bandwagon, which is bad because now they done attached themselves to him. And as soon as people like break it down and realize that he was nothing but fake, then they realize they're fake. They literally are making the worst. These niggas is dumb, uneducated. How you gonna teach me business when you look what you just did with your own business? That's why it's not successful. It's a small group of men um who wants to go and get together with each other, right? And they're not gonna learn anything from each other. They're not learning anything. You can sit there and I can read some shit to you, but if I'm not gonna walk you through some steps so you clearly understand, and I'm teaching you something that's accessible to you. If I teach you how to become a millionaire and I start talking about all these businesses that you could form and, but yet you really can't, like you haven't even started on the smallest level. You don't really understand this. You can't really do this because they're not really giving you the avenue. They're not walking you through it. It's just a money grab. It's a money grab. And look, nothing wrong with it. Black men and women, we like motherfuckers to take our money. Black men, we see it. I mentioned that over there by Dr. DJ Witch Doctor. I mentioned that there's a few men here still on here, including Kevin Samuels when he was. They're here to grab your money. And for some reason, black men are willing to give it even when they don't get nothing in return. The smart ones pull out and talk about it and say, "Whoa, you know, he charged me 200 just to be in his Discord. And while I'm in his Discord, we realize he ain't teaching us nothing. He just gathered a whole lot of us up there, and we are the ones sharing the information. So why do he get the $200 and the monthly fees just for us to come together to share information. That's ridiculous. I ain't mentioning no names, but that's what happened.
Making changes. Learn to see me as your brother instead of two distant strangers.
Theo had this crazy idea of teaching black men what he had learned in the tech field.
That's the way it is.
If you're resistant to change, you only want to do.
So Theo want to teach black men what he learned in the tech field. That's a good idea, but you can't do that in no weekend. Doing just one little thing, you're not gonna be able to learn tech in a 4 hour, 5 hour day, and bam boom bam boom. So, like, if he wanted to really teach tech, then that's what he should be doing, right? But that's not. Look at him. This is the man who said Kevin Samuels got him a wife. Come to find out, they ain't never get married. It wasn't true. It was all fake. It was a woman from another country because he passport broke. This nigga used to be a rapper. His rap song came out. I'm not sure if y'all remember that the video. But they love going back into their youth, which nothing's wrong with that. If you got a youthful, when you're youthful and you want to share your videos, but the thing is, these men are catfishing women, and they think they can still get women based on them today. That's like me saying, okay, I know I could go out there and get the same men that I used to get when I was younger. That I know that's untrue. You know what I'm saying? That's not true. I wouldn't even want that. There's no way I would want a 20-year-old man. Not for nothing. For nothing. Not for sex. Like I enjoy sex. I don't want nobody just beating up my kitty. I don't like that type of sex. For those who do like that type of sex, you might be okay with a younger man who fumbling still around, and he's arrogant, but he's not really, putting out nothing. Now, I'm not saying that no young man knows what he's doing. The ones who do, he probably got a long line. Okay? Or women. I'm not trying to be a part of that. But anyway, these men want young women because they want the ignorance. They want the stupidity. They want her, they want to catch her before she knows a lot of things about herself. But that's also their problem, right? Because she got to grow up, even though they want to keep her young. They want to keep her young as possible. But that's impossible, right? So eventually this young lady going to start realizing what she like and don't like. She going to then start voicing it because she's a human being. And that's when their problems come. That's when they're like, I don't want her to, she got to shut up when I tell her to shut up. She got to do this. Yeah.
One thing or one way, yeah, you're not going to make it. It's not going to work.
Things will never be the same.
This nigga got a whole cartoon. This nigga got a whole, what the hell going on?
That's just the way it is. Oh, yeah.
This is about taking men, black men, and making them better men.
You gonna take a whole group of old ass niggas and make them better men? And that in itself is their problem. If they was going out and grabbing up the youth to teach them something, y'all, that would be different. That's how we know they're idiots. You can't teach old men teaching old men is ridiculous. Now, if you're teaching them a skill, that's different. Right? Because you can't teach people how to learn how to deal with computers or gardening or, mechanics and shit like that. You notice they ain't got no shit like that? They talking about dressing. So they're going to talk about how you dress, but they're not going to talk about getting a skill. Let's go back through that a little bit again. They're going to talk about investments, but if you ain't got no money to invest, you ain't got no money to invest. They're going to talk about technology. They want to deal with STEM, but they really just talking about whatever little computer thing he's talking about. And he did it before, and it was so minute and small. And everybody's not interested in that. But if you're going to just teach them how to work their laptop or their iPads and phones. Okay, cool. How is that going to make these better men, though? That's just going to make them better internet followers, people on the internet, your subscribers. That's it. So these men this is fake because it's something that they could have really done something with. The black manosphere could really be something big and powerful. That is a fact. Just imagine that in our community, there's some uh, organization called the Black Manosphere, right? For young black boys. And our sons could go and learn a skill, right? They volunteer and they teaching all kinds of skills, right? That's geared towards our community, to our youth, to our young boys, right? The young boys who into hip hop. You can gear something towards them, right? You know that they into hip hop. They able to come, and then you talk to them about the music if you don't like the music. But this idea, these black men, they want to shit on black women, right? So no woman, no man is gonna have their kids go to this group that's only there to really destroy the community. So that's why they're geared towards black men who have a little money that they can get from them, and they ain't really got to teach them nothing because they know these men are dumb already, and all they got to do is feed into their ignorance and their hatred towards black women. That's it. There shouldn't be anything on here towards black women, but there is. Watch. Because they can't help it. They can't help it. Let's see. They got a little area, and I think they even in their little thing, they got something for women to attend. Is this it? Yes. They call it 5F Conference. By women, for women. The essence of being fit, feminine, friendly, faithful, and fun is on the menu for the lovely ladies who are becoming the best version of themselves. And they're gonna have a group of old ass women there who want to shit on being youthful. And if you go through their past, you're gonna find that they was doing whatever they do then, only to not be able to do it now. And then so they're gonna shit on the women who are young enough to still have fun. Right? Let me see. See, they're not really giving us, I can't click on anything and really get anything. They got something called breakout workshops. Specialized knowledge is crucial for achieving wealth, as general knowledge alone is not enough. And they talk about riches. They're not talking about reality. And because our society today is about everybody chasing the money, everybody need to get rich, everybody gonna become millionaires, which we know that's not gonna happen. But everybody chasing it. That's all I gotta do is offer y'all, hey, I'm gonna teach y'all to make money, even though I'm broken than a motherfucker. But as long as I act like I'm not, I can dress myself up, me and my husband can start a company, walk around and talk about we're a black couple, been married so many years. We're gonna show you how to get to the wealth. We could be broken than a motherfucker. But people will pay us to listen to us teach them some shit that we couldn't even make happen in our lives. And I say that because that is a lot of what's going on. I can't teach y'all how to, just because I've been married 35 years, I can't teach you how to be married 35 years. Right? But you know who I can counsel? I could counsel young married couples. And 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 the information I give y'all, I would give them is that, hey, y'all gonna have to communicate with each other, keep honest with each other, and be respectful to one another. Listen to one another, right? If you love each other, first you got to have a common goal, something that you really want, something that gonna keep you both like, yeah, I'm in this to stay. But today, we believe that there's nothing that will keep you staying. You have to have a goal. Like if you want to become a millionaire, your goal is to make $1 million, right? To become a millionaire. So that keeps you on the track. That keeps you every day, even when you're tired, it still gets you to get up and do your work. I gotta make this money, so I gotta wake up. In families, that's how it used to be. It used to be the children, the family unit itself remaining together used to be that. So the women would stay, the men would stay. Even though they other shit going on, there was something that would get them to work through that bullshit just for this common goal. And today people think they wouldn't do that. They find that to be a fault. That's a problem. And I'm like, what? That's not a problem. We reached the end goal. If we reached our goal, then that's success. And yes, there go people put limitations on things. Like there's no way I would have stayed if I was being abused. There's no in no way. If I was being abused physically, if I was being abused verbally, if I was being abused in any way, then our contract, I would call it null and void. But just because I'm bored, just because I feel like I don't know why I'm married. We don't even talk that much. He works a lot. He out with his friends a lot. Those things we can overcome those things through communication. And that's why communication is important, right? Because I inform him, hey, I don't like you going out this much. And I'm always at home with the kids, da 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 da. But see, when you thinking that you don't give a fuck, because I'll just divorce you, then everybody it's gonna be like that both ends. So people gonna be like they're gonna do what they want to do when they want to do it. Cause there's no real consequence. Cause they don't care if the family stays together or not. You see what I mean? Like you gotta have a goal that you both want, something that you truly want. That will help you get through the hard times. The hard times, that depends on what you consider too hard that you ain't putting up with. Some women not putting up with no cheating. But the honest truth, if we go back through, if you really with somebody in your family, a lot of women and men will put up with cheating. Right? They'll be able to forgive it, depending, you know. Um, they'll be able to work through it. This is facts. What I'm talking about is actual facts, right? The men will be able to men get cheated on all the fucking time. And they take the woman back. These niggas make it seem like, oh no, there's no way. Now they gotta say that. I don't know why they gotta say that, because I guess niggas will come and say you a cook if you don't. But listen, we talk about families. Nobody could come and tell me, judge me for wanting to keep my family together. Especially if they ain't got no motherfucking family. So if you don't want a family and you don't think it's important, then don't have them. Don't have them. But today, younger people are making different things work, right? Y'all call it co-parenting. And that's the same thing though. Even with co-parenting, the goal is that y'all want to you want to raise your children to be the best they could be. And so y'all gonna handle the situation a certain way. Y'all gonna realize, okay, we don't need to be fighting, and this is not that important. What's important is that I want you to be in the child's life. I'm gonna be in the child's life. We don't have to be together, but I'm gonna be there, and I'm gonna be there like a co-parent for real. Not no weekend dad. A weekend dad is just a motherfucker weekend dad. The fuck is that? Niggas be like, no, I was there. When was you there? On weekends. Nigga, what? She got a whole nother man living in the house. That man becomes more daddy than you. The man who's there every day. And you there 2 times a week. And probably not even every week. Because these niggas will come up with reasons why, why I can't get it this weekend because I want to go here. I'm going on vacation. I'm going, well, me and my girl, we want to go here. Nigga, it's your weekend. I guess you chose a weekend to go. It's your weekend. I guess you should have planned to take the kids with you. You know the men, they be, man, listen, listen. Uh, my kids would have had a stepdad, and they would have had their real dad. Okay, they would have had their real dad who they could talk to on the phone whenever they wanted to, if they wanted to go and visit after a certain age, anytime they want, all that. But I wouldn't have never been just no single woman, and they step and their dad just comes on weekends or talk to them on the phone on weekends. There would have been another man, and my kids would have been just having two goddamn dads. Whether they call one pop and dad, one stepdad and dad, however. But these niggas get mad at shit like that. And ladies, like, do your thing. Do not let these niggas hold you down. Cause we hearing them say, I'm hearing men, and I'm talking about of all races and all steps of life, especially in the black community, whether they come from a good community, a good parenting, with both parents or not. I'm hearing these men say they locking women down by putting babies in her. Oh, I want to put a baby in her. They saying they want her to be his baby mama so he could be always attached to her. They not even thinking about no fucking children at all. That's abusive. These niggas, we got to watch out for these fucking men. These men are dangerous, ladies. Because, me as a young woman, I had no idea that niggas would poke holes in condoms until it happened. Now, you got to understand, a nigga poking holes in condoms, like, what is he doing? Because if we having sex already, we having it with the condom, him putting the holes in the condom not going to make him feel better. Why is he poking holes in the condoms? Why is he asking me why I'm not pregnant yet? Thank God. I thank God every day. And that's when I realized that nigga was dangerous. And I got away from him. And he was shocked about that shit. He was absolutely fucking shocked that that I moved on. He had me fucked up. Cause I was moving like niggas move. Okay. They act like they ain't care. When they broke up with women, they look like they just moved on to the next, like it wasn't nothing. Some of them had 2 and 3 women. When I realized I got a line over that nigga, okay, next. And these men don't like that. And so they don't like that. They don't like the fact that you can go to the next guy real quick. That's why they willing to break the door down when you in there with a whole nother dude. That dude that got shot, that nigga it was him and his friend trying to break in. He wasn't married to that girl or nothing. We don't know all the particulars, you know what I mean? Because these niggas be having women themselves. They be having whole nother women. And when she moves on, this nigga still think, oh, you my baby mama. You mine forever. We're going to scare every nigga from being around you. That nigga who was in that house with that woman said, move, move, I gonna handle this. And he handled that shit. Now the young man died. I'm quite sure she didn't want that to happen. But like I'm I'm quite sure she didn't know what she was gonna get when they broke in that door neither. That man who shot that man, he didn't know what was about to happen. Niggas is kicking through down the fucking door. That mean he ain't happy. He trying to come through. Let me see if I can find that video. They took it down where I had the link. It got taken down. But let me see if I can get shot. Breaking while trying to break down ex-girlfriend's door. And if I'm correct, it happened in Texas or let me see. I might have to put that up. Woman's ex-boyfriend shot and killed while breaking. I think this might be it. No, that's not it. Okay. Woman ex-boy shooting in his heart. Um, mm, I think it's it. Let me see. I don't know. I don't see the video. Um, motherfucker, they not. She trying to stop him from breaking through the door. He breaks through the door, and then the new boyfriend or whoever that is, right? I'm not. I'm not sure if they figured out that was her boyfriend or not. Um, but he says move. He points the gun and tells them to move. Eastern side of rock, white woman, man. And he died. And then I think it was a friend with him. So it was two men. So why would you go with your boy to break down the door to his ex girl? You better bring your ass home. Look, we got to start thinking with our brains instead because we got this thing where we're gonna be down for our nigga. We're gonna be down, you know, we're gonna be down for our nigga. Look at this. You see all these things where men shooting their ex-girlfriends, they breaking into women's homes and killing them. Look at that. They Ohio dad shoots daughter's ex-boyfriend. Um, man shot to death by breaking into that's Philadelphia home. They got a lot of men breaking in and killing them women. So I know she probably didn't want him to be dead, but because she not thinking. See, for some reason, when we deal with some man, we start thinking that he won't do certain things. You know what I mean? Like I don't even know. I don't. That's this video I just saw today, y'all. Before I went live, that's what made me go live. Young black woman. She's on Facebook talking about because her boyfriend driving real fast, and she's asking him to put her out the car, take her home because like he won't stop driving so fast. And then she jokingly says, "I'm not gonna live this past 25." Dealing with him. And she said, I don't know what I got myself into. And she smirks. Did you know that man killed her? Fucking murdered her? She's laughing and shit. Like she foretold what the fuck is going on. Did she like the danger? Like, what's going on? Did she not like her life? And I don't want to blame her. Of course I don't. I'm not trying to blame her. Because is it her fault? No. What I'm saying though, we have intuition. I don't know if men have intuition. So when I say that we women have intuition. Okay. If the men don't have intuition, I don't know. I don't give a fuck. We do though. My intuition have saved me so many times. Okay. A nigga can never be too cute, too tall, so goddamn cute and so this to where I would put my own health, my own self at risk to be around him, with him, or anything. And remember, I mentioned this. No matter how handsome a man was, if he lived a certain lifestyle, he had no chance with me. He had no chance with me. You know, um, he ain't even get no chance. I don't want no parts of it. I'm like, damn, he look good. Okay. But I'm over there and I peep. I'm looking at what he doing. I even see what he got on, what car he driving, you know, peeping that he ain't got no job. So we already know. We already know. Okay. We already know what lifestyle he in. The women who wanted to go for the men with that money, then everything you get in that lifestyle is what you wanted. This nigga got you hiding his shit. He get pulled over. There might be a chance you gotta act like the shit is yours. Cause the nigga wasn't smart enough. He got the shit in the car. He driving his flashy ass car. They know it's his car. They know he a dope dealer. Every chance they get, they pulling his ass over. And your dumb ass is in the car with him. The fuck you in the car with him. And not only do the police know that's his car, his enemies know that's his car. And they got some women who are excited about that type of shit. But me, I ain't excited about that type of shit. Okay, I'm keeping low. I'm going about my motherfucking business. I ain't even testing the waters. Ain't nothing about them that I want to test because I don't want nothing to do with that lifestyle. I'm okay with a nigga who going to college or who in the military or who got a job. Oh, you got a job? You got a job at McDonald's? Okay, what's your plan for the future? Oh, you ain't got no plan? Okay, I don't want none of that neither. I'm not trying to build a nigga. Now, what I will do though, I will be there to help somebody who got a plan. He's already on that he walking that path. He got a lot of, things that he need and he's on it. He knows what he need to do. I could walk alongside with him. Okay. Soon as I realize some police involvements, he doing some other shit where I might have to duck and dodge and hide. Nigga, I'm gone. If I wanted to be a criminal, I could be a criminal on my own. No man need to convince me to be no motherfucking criminal. Okay? And so they do have women who like that fast life. They see that money and like they got somebody in the family. She going from drug dealer to drug dealer to drug dealer to drug dealer. When they be in jail, she on another one, right? Um, I guess that's the lifestyle she like. I guess, her having things was cool, but her house getting ran in, I guess that was exciting to her. You see? And so your children witnessing this shit, now you done taught your kids that this lifestyle is something that's normal. And so when I'm saying, but we do need to know that there's some women who out there. So for you, the men who claim that all the women want Pookie and Ray Ray. Not all the women want Pookie and Ray Ray. But there's some women who are Pookies and Ray Rays and they belong with Pookies and Ray Rays. Nothing wrong with it. Um, But y'all boring ass, lame ass niggas. And when I call you lame nigga, I'm talking about like you ain't caring about your life. You ain't caring about your style. You ain't caring about nothing. You ain't got no job. Like you just not really caring. You you want something to fall in your lap. You don't want to work for shit. You ain't getting nobody neither. Nigga, you worse than Pookie and Ray Ray. You not even a mama's boy. That's why you hate women, right? You in the world and you just haven't figured it out. And so it's either one or two things going on. Either you are slow and you do need somebody to manage your life. Okay. I will come up with a plan for your ass in a minute. So as I remember, my mom used to work for organization for not mentally handicapped, because they wasn't mental, they was damn, what is it called? Damn, I used to even work for them when I was younger. Why can't I think of the name right now? Because that's normal me, right? I can't think. But I even worked for them years ago. One of my first jobs. But where they will come and feed you, come in, make sure that you don't burn down your house, uh, make sure your bills get paid, and they're gonna, she through an organization, they get paid to do it, but you don't pay them. The organizations pay them. But yeah, y'all need that. These niggas are slow as hell getting passports. These niggas thought it was special to get a passport. They made it seem like, look, when they found out, oh, all I gotta do is get a passport. How do I get a passport? These niggas was already like in their late 30s and shit. Like then they started holding them up. One nigga wasn't even holding up a passport. He was holding up the cover that said passport. Talking about, see, I got my passport. I said, nigga, open it up. You could buy a this thing right here. Let me see. Let me show you. I can't find that video, y'all. Passport cover. Look, they got lots of passport covers. You can buy them. Say, open it up. I said, let us see that you actually have a passport, right? Because I can literally buy a passport cover. Look, you can literally buy the thing that they was raising up. But a passport don't cost that much. If you don't have a criminal record, then you can get a passport. It's your right, right? Um, they was acting like they didn't. Oh my, they achieved something. They achieved something. So let me go find that passport, brother. I'm about to put the link in, y'all. No, it's on YouTube. I gotta go YouTube. Um, no, but I might be able to look it up this way. Passport. Um, need $100. Let's see. Let's see if it come up. Here it go.
So I was sent a video about a brother that's stuck in the Dominican.
Oh damn, he got his whole face on. I don't want to see that. I like it.
Every time I hit a bottleneck, I build a new
I
AI
get a commercial. I got a commercial.
say that I had one
I must be
event
signed on
for me
another
20%.
account.
Hey guys, welcome to
There you go, y'all. Y'all remember this shit?
Here, still in DR. I missed my flight last night. I just got off the phone with Spirit. I'm waiting on them to call me back. It's $100 reschedule fee. Uh, basically, I need a cash app, guys. I need a cash app to try to get this fee together, man. I'm so sick right now. I'm sick as hell. I've been trying to call Kayla because I know she's like in the area. So I've been trying to call her to like set something up to where I can get like some actual money because I'm hungry. I have very little bread left. I maybe got like $15. I'm just calling on the subscribers now to see can I get another 100 to get the reschedule fee. They try to make me book for a whole nother trip.
How do you go to another country where you flew, right? You stayed there a week, even a weekend, whatever, right? But I think you were there a week. How is it that you only got $15, access to $15 at the end of the trip, and you're not even home yet? What type of grown up does this shit right here? You have to, when you go into a whole nother country, you never know what might happen. That's why people save up money. You might be able to buy the ticket in one swoop, maybe not, depending on how much. But people got to save up money for the spending money, for the things that you want to do, and the things that may end up happening. This nigga had $15. This nigga coming back to the States with $15, but he not even on the plane. So what if he had to buy something on the plane? What if he had to buy something trying to get to the plane? What if he had $15 and he didn't even have that? He was lying. He was hungry. He gonna tell people he hungry, but if you got $15, nigga, you shouldn't be hungry. You could buy some food, especially in where he is. 15 American dollars is a lot of money over there. He would be able to get some food. The nigga was lying. He didn't have the $15 neither. But this is a black man. This is a regular passport bro. This is the man who can't organize his own vacation. You know he can't organize no family with nobody. Not in this country, that country, or nowhere. But this is the same man who, when he was on his vacation, while that girl was asleep, that young lady was asleep, he went live and showed the other men him laying in the bed with her. Who would deal with a nigga like that? Who like that's some teenager shit. That's teenager shit. You may get that even in college, right? I don't even know. But I've seen that on like movies. I guess that these niggas like to go to movies where they got the fraternity brothers and they doing this and that and that and that and this. They playing games and having contests and all that bullshit. So I might say, okay, that may happen in college when you still grouped up like that, you know. Um, but that's not a grown man's mindset. And then he bragged about how cheap she was. But she wasn't as cheap as they told him. He went over there, y'all, with money, but not enough because they lied to him about how cheap it was. What they don't know is that when he got out, like if I find out that there's a need for something, like before there's a massive group of men fluctuating, then yes, I'm gonna be cheaper, right? I'm cheap. I'm cheap because it's a lot of women, and it's not that many demand because not that many men coming over. So I'm gonna try to give him the best deal. So I might, she might be offering this amount of money for, and I want this amount of money, and I'm gonna try to beat her because I need the money. But once these men went to the internet and started making this a big deal, now I know that hey, they got a whole shitload of men coming over. So now my price is gonna go up. It's in fluctuation. It's time for tourism. The price is gonna be more during that time of the year than when there's no tourism, when there's not a lot of people coming through. That's called supply and demand, baby. Demand and supply and demand. These black men ruined something that's been what other men have said been there for years, many, many years, all the way to grandpa's years. Where the men can get a passport and just go, like a man of money who can afford to do that, then that's what they were doing. And even if they had wives or not. The black men, the broke black men realized, oh, all I gotta do is save up some money to go get me some vagina in a whole nother country. Okay. Then he didn't even save up money. Them men gave him that money. Here we go.
I argue with that guy. I don't got them customer service with Spirit for about had to be at least 45 minutes. I'm damn near, I don't know if y'all can hear, I didn't lost my voice yelling up there and then yelling at customer service. Yeah, man, this trip turned out to be so bad, yo. This trip was so crazy, guys.
And guys, they took everything. They took.
So I am this person who comes here calling my African descendants, men and women, to try and come into the continent and, see different parts of the world and how we as Africa have diversity, how we are culture.
Can't stand these motherfucking women. Okay. So the nigga went to the Dominican Republic and got stranded. He didn't even have the $100. He had nobody in his family to get the $100 from. He had to go to YouTube. How you going over there and get you some women? The woman he was with looked just like a regular black woman from America, y'all. Okay. Apparently he couldn't afford the ones he went over there to really get. He probably didn't even know how to approach them. I can imagine these men going over there. I saw a video where a group of black men over there throwing money in the air. And so a whole crowd of women, men, is standing around them, grabbing the money. And then they get robbed. They get robbed. And the ones they really want, the ones who gonna approach them, they should know if she already locked in on you, not just her, but a whole clique of people, other women and men. They horned in on you, and now they about to jack you, dude. You lucky if you survive. Them men going over there and dying. They dying because they get drugged, and if they get too much of the drug, then they fucked up. That's it. They lucky they survive, but whatever drug it is, it erases their memories. Because they may do some things that they didn't know they did because they drug. Okay. This dude, what his name? He's still online. Passport Bro, right? Went on Kendra G a couple of times, and the first thing he started wanting to do is shit on black women. Like, why can't you just go up there and talk about I'm looking for a woman and just say what you're looking for? If you're open to everybody, then cool. If you're only open to this group, that group, and that group, cool. But they go up there just so they can shit on black women. They go on a black woman's show so they can get other types of women. How motherfucking crazy is that? Okay, let me put the link in. Y'all gotta grab it. I have to grab the link. I don't think I've grabbed it. Let me see. Doo, doo, doo. So we went over that Manosphere little thing they got going on in September in Miami. Anybody in Miami who thinking that you might show up, let a bitch know. Let a bitch know. Now, I know what I'm talking about with the Manosphere meetings because there's somebody here on YouTube who actually posted it up. I think it was E Black on his channel, and we reviewed that shit, and we saw how small it was, right? But not only that, he was filming while they was talking. You could hear what they was talking about. And I don't know, like, I told him, like, I'm like, dude, aren't you married? Like, why would you attend these things? And he came up with his reasoning of why he would attend it. And then he attended, because he had mentioned that he attended. And I was like, what did you learn? And it's just a whole bunch of black men, kind of goofy dudes who don't know how to make friends. So they don't have any. They don't, but that's okay. I don't know why, as grown folks, they think we gotta have friends. Usually, an adult may have one or two friends, and it's usually gonna be somebody from childhood or somebody they met when they were younger, who they keep in touch with. These niggas looking to make friends. Oh, I this is funny to me. It is so funny that grown men in their 30s, 40s, and even more are out searching for fucking friends. Nigga, go get you a psychiatrist, a therapist. That's what you need. These niggas are like, oh, I'm so glad I found you. I'm so glad I found you. I've been looking for friendship on the fucking internet with people they never gonna meet. And for some reason, they think this is friendship. Ladies, we're gonna have to do a little special where I know that it's only women. Because the men gonna try to infiltrate. And we're gonna become friends with these men. Let me tell you what we're gonna do. Okay, hold up. With a goal in mind. Let me grab it real quick. Okay. With a goal in mind. Let me switch to that real quick and let me switch this. Yes, we gonna have a goal in mind. I'm gonna educate y'all, and y'all younger ones gonna even give even more information. We need to become friends. Friends. How many of us have them? Friends. The ones with Western Union, let's be friends. Send us money every week, let's be friends. Friendly as can be. Give me your money, nigga. I'ma tell you. These niggas looking for friends. Okay. Yes, they looking for friends. They looking for friends, y'all. And all we need is a Western Union puppy. We just need any one of these niggas, but they got to have the $100. And that's what the problem is. But we gonna be friends with them. And when I be like, yeah, well, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I got my rent. My rent is due. Yeah. What you think? You think you can help me, friend? You gonna be my twin friend? Yeah, I just need a 20 friend. Can I get a ball friend? Can I get some money friend? They say that's all we are users anyway. Okay. Look at this shit right here. We got the starter pack for the Western Union Poppy, y'all. Sending money since sunrise. That nigga got the Western Union kit. He got the photo. You ain't even gotta be your real photo, ladies. Okay. Um no, you just gotta have a Western Union account. Okay. That's all you need is a Western Union account. And he will supply and supply and supply. Okay. I mean, there's the men doing it to some of the women. I guess I guess we need the women doing it to the men. Okay, let me plug my computer up. See, I make sure to unplug this one, y'all, because I ruined the other one by never unplugging it. So this one is telling me it's low on battery, so let me plug it in. That was a brand new laptop, y'all. Lasted for about 3 years but I never unplugged it in that 3 years, and so the battery wouldn't charge anymore. So I'm making sure not to do that with this one. Anyway, let me see. We got a couple other pictures. Let me put them in real quick. Let me see. We have We have the requirements to join the Black Manosphere. We have the passport starter kit right here. Okay, as y'all can see, he got his passport. He got his little blue pills that he needs. He has his Trojan, his baby oil, Johnson and Johnson, sponsored always by Johnson and Johnson. He have his little money that he definitely need, and he has his camera because of course, he got to take pictures and go live to show people what's up, right? That this is the guy who I just showed you. That's him. Look, that's him, y'all. Look, somebody used this photo and made this starter kit. Who did it? Oh Lord, they need an award, baby. They need a motherfucking award. They made this nigga a whole starter kit. Okay. And let me see. We got a few more. Got a few more. Let me see what we got. And then we got the Pookie starter kit. Okay. Pookie, aka Ray Ray, baby, starter kit. He ain't got much of nothing. He gonna have him some style, right? He gonna have him some alcohol and some money to buy some weed. But he gonna be dressed to the gills. He gonna have on a chain, gold in his mouth and around his neck. He gonna have on that goddamn bag, that man bag, that man pack, that merce. That's what he gonna have. He gonna have that merce. Okay. And he gonna want to look like money, but he ain't really got much of money. He ain't got much. That's the Ray Pookie. And this slot down here, it may have some weed down there, okay? I should have put some weed down there. Would have put some weed down there, then maybe he, Oh man. So that's the Pookie Ray starter kit. This is the passport bro hood action figure starter kit. Let me see. And then we got the man who's looking for friends. Okay, the man who's looking for friends. That's the Western Union pappy. He's sending money. That's the passport bro also, but he don't really go overseas much. He's always here. He ain't got enough money because he keeps sending her money. He ain't got enough money to go over there. So what he does is he's her pappy from far away. He be talking about, I got a girl. I got a wife. I got a girl. I got a girl. And then that's his girl as long as he paying. But he don't know that she's married with children until his ass showed up. Now, you know there's a man here on YouTube. He called himself the passport bro something, something, something. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Remember he got up here and talked. And then he showed himself over there with that woman. And then she made him come back because he wanted to stay. But he didn't know it wasn't his turn no longer. She got other happies. She got other men from the US and the UK and Canada and everywhere around the world sending her fucking money, and they want to come and visit too. And when she found out that you ain't really got it like that, you was just sending her what you could, because you were living with your granny, right? You were living with his granny. And he said he had to go back to his granny because I asked him, why are you not still there? Oh, I had to come back to my granny. For what? It wasn't your turn no more, nigga. It's the next nigga's turn, nigga. Y'all paying lots of money for turns. You're next. Next. It's cheap to get over there. It's cheap to stay there. But you gotta live with her. How is it that it's so cheap that you're living with her? You're living with her so you can help pay her bills. You're finding out that she got many of yous. There's a many of yous. You just one of them. And she already had it set up that in July, Another man was coming through. You still here. You got there in June. You were supposed to be dead and gone. You supposed to be gone. Okay? Let's go get that song real quick. Hmm. Let's see. Uh what is dead and gone, dead and gone. That's T.I. And I want it in um karaoke or something. So it's just a beat. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna share. Something going on. Oh, I'm not sharing. Hold up. Something going on. What's going on? I think it's my. I gotta stop that. Hold up. Yeah, I have too many things open. Lots open. And now I got this music playing that I know y'all can't hear. Let me stop it. Okay. Um. Oh, I have this open. I don't know why. I have Facebook open. That shit just running memory. For some reason I can't close it. Okay, there we go. She said you can't. She said you can't stay here. Yeah, she's like you can't stay here no longer. Shit, you done overstayed your welcome and shit. It still won't. McAfee popped up for what? Something I hit. Um, I'm not sure if y'all can even hear me anymore. Let me see. Yeah, y'all should be able to. Um, or my it's not my internet, it's my computer, and I think I got a warning that I did overlook. McAfee came up. Let me see what it's telling me. It's found um they were doing the scan. That's what it is. And then they want to sell me some shit, okay? It should just be popping up. Let me see if I can close it. I should be wasting my memory. Let me see. And I haven't restarted the computer in a minute. Having all this stuff running. And then I start playing music and YouTube, and then I just have a lot of things open. I need this, but I don't need this open. Let me close that. Um, I'm using that, but I'm not using this. Close that. I'd rather use Opera. Um, and I gotta stop this security thing right here. I'm pinned from the test before. And now I can still test, but I don't care about that. Okay, let's check and see now. Can I share or no? Whew. Uh-oh. What did I do? It's my fault. I should have restarted the computer when I started the stream. What is this? Outlook. I don't even know how to stick it on my bar down there. Things I never even put down there. This is my new one though. So I never really fully set up this computer. Um, but why would I be having issues? This thing like to turn on my goddamn camera when I'm not trying to turn it on. Let me go over here. Return to meetings. I don't want to do that. And because I'm the only one up here, if I restart, it's going to end the stream. Damn. If I close this, what's going to happen? Let's close it. Because it won't even let me close it. What the hell going on? I'm going to close it. Oh, wait, before I close it though, I gotta make it. I don't want my camera to come on. I don't want to close. Wait a minute. Um, if I close it, will the cam come on? I, no, I don't care. If the cam come on, let me cover up just in case. I don't care about y'all seeing me. I just don't need y'all to be seeing my nakedness, okay? Okay, cool. Let me see. Close all windows. No, got that. How many windows I got open on Zoom? They told me to close all windows. What I got? I'm gonna close this window. Okay. I think I'm back. I'm not sure if y'all was able to hear me doing all that, but I'm gonna have to check my video. It says that my video is on, but my video isn't on because I'm using minicam. But that's why if I would have closed that, y'all would have been able to see me because my video is actually on. I just have it. So I'm gonna turn that video off and it should change the picture. Okay. See, it changed the picture. But yeah, it's a good thing because I really don't have on the clothes for real. This time. If I would have closed that, all nakedness would have been out. Yeah, okay. It's a good thing I thought about that before I was like, because I was about to close. I'm close minicam really quickly. Close everything. Thank goodness I thought about that. Okay, minicam is closed. Lord have mercy, baby. Y'all know I done got in trouble on YouTube accidentally before, but it didn't show me. But I gotta be very careful. I'll be over here clicking shit while sharing. Um, I'm- I have so many windows open. Like I have that Manosphere window open. The eggs that we looked up yesterday, like everything that we looked up yesterday, day before that, the day before that, I got all that shit still open up here. This computer is not as fast as my other computer. Like hubby bought me a computer, but he don't know much about computers. So like remember when I wasn't even he bought me one the year before last. I never used it. Mainly because it was a touchscreen. Okay. And this year he bought me this one, or should I say last year for Christmas. He, and when I looked at the box and I looked at the memory, I I didn't want to open it. I was thinking about bringing it back. I'm like, it's not enough memory for what I do. Like you know, it may look like I don't do a lot, but using Zoom and the different things that I bring up, that's a lot, y'all. And then when I be hosting karaoke the way I host it, um, it's a lot. I'd be trying to protect y'all, so I'll host Zoom on my own server, which is my own computer. Right? A server is just a computer. Sometimes I host it on my own thing. That way y'all are protected, I'm protected, nobody gonna get hacked. Okay. Um, that takes a lot of memory. And this computer can't handle that. This computer cannot handle that. One year, somebody bought me, I think it was one of my sons. But they computers, but they're not computers. Um, what's the name of that thing? It looked like a laptop, but it only has like what the name of that goddamn thing is. Man, people be buying. I've been warning people not to buy them. Don't buy them. Don't buy them. Don't buy them. And then somebody in my family bought me one, and I was like, "Oh hell no!" We did take that back, okay? Because the thing about them is they could be expensive. They trick me because they can get expensive, but they really not worth anything because you can only use their apps and I think it's Chromebook. Is it that what it called? A Chromebook? Do not buy those things. Don't buy that shit. Okay. Um, it limits all kinds of things on that Chromebook. Now maybe they made some changes in the last, because I'm gonna be honest, that was about that had to have been like 8 years ago. The last time I went to buy a laptop. And that's the one, is that the one that the one that I was using. Bought that about 8 years ago. And but they had some Chromebooks and they was talking about the memory seemed good and everything seemed good. And I was like, it was cheaper than the one I bought. So I was thinking about it. And then I noticed that they had a lot of Chromebooks, but people brought them back. That was when I actually went and looked. And they had a lot of what they call them refurbished, but refurbished just mean that somebody had it, they set it up, and then they returned that shit. There was so many Chromebooks returned. This was at Best Buy, y'all. It was a whole shitload of Chromebooks returned. Okay, Chromebook. Do not buy a Chromebook because Chrome is Google, right? It's Chrome Google. So it's their product, which means they want you to use them only. And so there's a lot of limitations on it. A lot of limitations. I don't even think it had they don't put disk drives on them anymore, which I be wanting a disk drive. And it was something else missing. Now that was 8 years ago. That's when I bought the computer that I was using, the laptop I was using. But after that, I think like 4 years ago, one of my sons bought me a Chromebook. I was like, nah. I think that's when hubby got me the other laptop that he uses now. I gave it to him. We got about 6, 7. I personally, just me, have like 7 no laptops in here. And I'm talking about just me. I'm not talking about my sons. One of my sons, he'll come and switch them in and out with me. He'll come and borrow my MacBook, which I never use. And then I have a Mac Air, which I never use. He'll come and he'll be like, I come to get the laptop. He'll bring me my Air to get my MacBook. And then he'll bring me back my MacBook to get the Air. And I'm like, dude, you want us to keep them? I don't use them. Just keep them. So he's been keeping both of those. I think. Yep. No, the MacBook is on side my bed. So he must just have the Air. Now they are older though. They're not new. But the thing about a Mac though, and I'm gonna be honest with you, you could buy a 10-year, 15-year-old MacBook or Mac Air, and you on point. The thing about Apple products is the motherfuckers last forever, forever. And the reason being is because the OS is free. When your computer, like when they bring out a new OS, all you have to do is download it through the App Store, and bam, and now it's like you got a new MacBook. You can really go and buy a refurbished 10-year-old MacBook, and your shit will be still as good as the new ones. The only thing they're doing with the newer ones is adding little, where you can open it with a fingerprint. Um, Maybe I don't even know. They might have some shit where they can see your face, just like our phones, right? They're at those levels now. But if you could find you a Mac, that's why they still expensive. Old MacBook still might cost you a couple $100, like $500. Is it worth it? Yeah. When I got my MacBook, I did get it. I never gotten a new MacBook. The only thing new I ever gotten from Apple is always either phones or my iPods, iPads. those things are brand. But see that MacBook, that shit always was very expensive. And so when I found one for like, I think it was $500. I'm talking about, and they had the new OS on it. I still use. That's the one I give to my son every once in a while. Now it has slowed down because that thing got to be like almost 20 years old now. So it still run good, but computers today are faster because now if I go in and clean it though, if I go and wipe it, clean it, which I should do, don't 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 slip and slide on motherfucking Apple computers. Okay, they are expensive, but they are worth it. They are very worth it. Mm, they are very worth it. Um, I'm just not paying no $1,500 uh for no motherfucking computer. I ain't gonna not I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm not doing it. I will go and buy a refurbished one. And sometimes the refurbished ones still are expensive because like I said, refurbished simply means for the most part, if you're buying it from the actual store, somebody bought it. Somebody set it up and then they returned it. It doesn't mean something broke on it. Don't mean they had to replace something. Now, it could mean that as well, though. So they usually kind of tell you if you go look and see what the refurbished, and then if they start telling you that it has a new hard drive, it has this, that means they replaced hard drive. But if they just say refurbished and it don't say new hard drive, new this, new that, that means it's the original things. And now if you buy it from some secondary person, like I did, yeah, no telling. They, I'm not saying that it was just rebooted. It could have been rebooted though. A lot of y'all have computer problems, but you could really just simply wipe the whole computer clean. If you have a virus, it'll wipe it out. You have to wipe the complete start like back to factory, and you'll have a brand new laptop. Okay. So try that if you have any problems. My laptop had no problems except the battery. So actually, if I would have been able to replace the battery on it, that laptop was excellent. It was super fast, touch screen. It opens with my fingerprint. Um, yeah. The problem was I did an update. OS update and my fingerprint stopped working, which was okay, no big deal. And no, that wasn't that. That wasn't that computer. That's another laptop that hubby uses downstairs. I did an update and the fingerprint stopped working on that one. I have so many goddamn. Anyway, I'm rambling. I know. Let's see. I'm trying to see if I need to restart. Everything seems to be working fine now. Um, let me go look. Let me share my screen, see if y'all can see what I do. Just to show you a few things about your computers. Okay. So the things that I know you can't see, I'm gonna mention it. So the first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna hit Control Alt and delete all at once. Okay, Control Alt delete at once. I don't know if y'all can see the screen that came up, but it's a screen that says lock user, switch user, sign out in Task Manager. So I'm gonna go to Task Manager. Okay. And I open Task Manager. And you can see my memory is at 88%. That means I'm using a lot of memory. Remember, I just closed some things up. That I'm really high on the memory, and we can see what's using the most memory right now. And it's Google Chrome. You see that? It's not using much of my CPU. It's using a lot of my memory though. Okay. It shows me that I have 26 windows open. You see that? And let me see if y'all can see what I'm seeing. What I'm showing. Let me see. Because I might be saying see it, but you might not be able to see it. Let me look on YouTube. Okay, y'all can see it. Okay, cool. Yeah, they're doing another convention. Okay, so here we are, and 28. Well, you see the fluctuation of my CPU. CPU is the brain of the computer. Now, the thing about the brain of the computer, you don't really use a lot of that often. Okay, it depends on what you're doing. What you use is memory, which we shouldn't be using a lot of memory neither, because memory is to store things. And the only reason I'm using so much memory is because I haven't rebooted the computer. And I keep opening windows after windows after windows after windows, and I don't close them. That means all of that has to be stored in a memory, which means if I turn the computer off, turn it back on, and then I open my browser, all of these things gonna still be there. That's what the memory does. It holds everything that you have open. The, they have different types of memory, RAM and RAM, which is RAM is the okay. So there's RAM and RIM, right? RIM, WIM, and then there's RAM. One of the portion of memory, it remembers things as they are. It takes a picture of everything you got up and remembers it. So when you like if you crash and you come back, you can continue. You don't lose anything. And then they got the memory that's stored, that's accessible when you save things. But normally when you save things, it goes to your hard drive, which means once you put it on your hard drive, it is no longer saved to your memory, which is good. So when you go to save things in your hard drive, boom, it's saved, and now it's not. As long as you close it from where you got it from, then it's no longer saved in your quick access memory. Okay, y'all got it. Anyway, look at my memory, man. I ain't worried about the number because I have so many things, right? It's a lot of things on here. Uh-oh, what happened to it? There it go. Okay, I was going to see. There's a lot of things. Open window has a lot of things, and so when people call you and say, "Hey, I see that you got hacked. Let me look," and then they show you some things and you be believing them. Don't be believing them. You have some things that should crash, that should not be open. So they know what they're doing. It's tricky. But I do have a lot of things. Like, remember, this is a new computer. I haven't went in and set it up for real. Because there would be a lot of things that I would not let open. There's 76 things opening in my background. Most of these things I don't use and I don't need. Okay. Most of the things in your background you don't need running because you don't use it. If you need it, you could open it, but you don't need it to automatically start working for you. So I haven't gone through and closed and a lot of these things yet. But how do you do that? The same way I showed you how to go in, right? You see my mini cams. Right now my mini cam's not even open, but it's still in my memory. So if I open memory mini cams right now, the pictures that I had there will still be there. But I don't need it to be like that. So what I'm gonna do, I am going to go to minicam. I'm gonna right click and I'm gonna end the task. See where I can end the task. There's a few things I could do. Okay, I'm gonna end the task though. Okay, see how the memory went down to 79%? Where wasn't it at 88%? Now it's at 79%. Um, and my minicams is not no longer being stored in my memory, and it's not even running on my CPU anymore. Um, so there's things that's not running on CPU that's still running in my memory, like that McAfee. I never set that McAfee up. It keeps popping up on me. So I'm gonna click on it. I'm gonna right click on it and I'm gonna end task. I'm gonna right click on it. I'm in that task. um HP Insight Analytics, all this stuff. I know nothing about this. I don't even know what this is. Normally, if you don't know what it is, that means you're not using it. Go in the task. All this HP stuff. Now my Microsoft stuff, I got my Microsoft Office click to run. I don't even know if I have Microsoft Office on here. I don't think I put it on here yet. But they want me to click it to run it, and I don't need it because it's using my memory. So I'm gonna end that. I'm trying not to have to reboot, y'all. So I'm trying to get my memory down. Okay. Um, you can do it one by one. I don't know if I could do it as a mass, but I have some Windows processes. Um, y'all can see my Windows manager. That's what I'm using now. You see? Um, my registry, that's in the memory, but it's not on it. What is this? What's that? Secure system. Windows Explorer, which I'm not even using. It's using 60%, 63%. No, I'm sorry. I said percent. If I say percent in the last few minutes, sorry, y'all. This megabytes, which isn't a lot. It's not a lot, but I could free that up because I'm not using it. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, it says I'm not using it. Where am I at it? Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the closed stuff. That's the stuff I closed out. Okay, cool. Mini cams. I gotta get that memory down. My network, see, nothing's running on my network. Um, the disk, this is my hard drive. The disk is your hard drive. Okay. 2%. And the memory. I gotta get that memory down. If I close the Google Chrome, yep, that's what I'm gonna do. Let's close it. It's gonna keep my Zoom open. I'm gonna end it. And you see how I took down everything that was in the back with all those windows? It closed it out. And you see my memory went to 54%. Okay. That's okay, but let me show you what the memory does. All I did was close it out. I end the task. But let me open Chrome again and let me show you what happens. You see this on the side? It says restore pages. That's because it's still in the goddamn memory. Watch, I'm gonna hit restore and watch everything that was there. Look, it came right back. Y'all see that? So that's what your memory does. It stores things in place so you won't lose it. Now I'm gonna end the task, or I'm gonna exit this way. I can exit that way as well, and it went away. See, and next time I open it, let me show you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna open it again, but this time I'm not gonna let it. I'm not gonna let it restore. It didn't even ask me this time. You know why it didn't ask me this time? Because I exited with the X. You exit with the X, then that's like you saying, okay, close everything. But if you shut down without it, like you do a shutdown without using the X, it stores it in the memory for you. So if you crash or you accidentally, your computer died, it'll still be there for you. So it's a good thing. But the bad thing for me is that it's eating up my memory. So let's go back to this. And I'm at 60%. Yeah, I'm at 60%. The Google Chrome, I'm in the task. Still, because it's still holding something. You see where it says 12? It's still holding the memory. I'm in that. 54%. Let's go find the big numbers. Malware, execution, I'm in that. I don't need that. Oh, I have to sign. I'm signed in, but I have to exit that a different way. And that's a warning telling me, hey, you might not really want to do this, and you got to sign in to make that change. What am I under? What that say? Anti-malware. Yeah, I don't need that. Let me see. They did not let me do it that way. I'm going to do it another way. Okay. They're doing that to protect the computer. Okay. Be looking for the Microsoft Defender. I keep that. That's my security. That's the easiest, cheapest, quickest, because I didn't set up anything else. OneDrive. Do I have one? I didn't put OneDrive on here. Wait, what's that at the bottom? I've been noticing this. See? Wait, is that my OneDrive though? It is. Okay. I don't remember setting it up, but when you start saving things from one computer to the other, that might be why that's there. I did notice that there. Um, Also, how do you know if you're being hacked? And then we're going to end this. You always look at this tray on this side over here. This is what tells you everything that's open. If you ever see something open on this side that you personally did not open, then somebody opened it. Okay. You can always tell if your camera is on and all kinds of things, but you have to glance in this area. So in this area right now, when I click this arrow, it shows me what's open. The Fender, my Zoom, it has my Windows security, which was telling me that I need to do something, and my Bluetooth devices. Now, the thing about the Bluetooth device, what do I have Bluetooth in this moment? Let's go look. So you see how right here it says, it took me to the Bluetooth. It says Bluetooth discoverable as. You see, and so it's telling me that this laptop can be discovered by other devices in my area. What I would suggest, if you have that on, to turn that off. Now, what does it being discoverable mean? Your neighbor can go and hook up their Bluetooth, right? You know how you go to connect things, you turn it on, you press that, and then it's discoverable on your phone, you connect to it. But did you know that your neighbors could connect to your laptop? If it's discoverable and you don't have it password locked, um, they could connect. And I used to do that to my neighbor. I had a neighbor, right? It wasn't here when we lived at the last place. So I played music loud, and then sometimes when it got late, I would turn my music on my phone, right? And I would have it through my Bluetooth speaker. But one day when I noticed when I went to go hook it to my Bluetooth speaker, I saw their Bluetooth speaker, but it was a headset. Because it told me it like people be people be putting the name of their devices on and shit, including me. If we go through my devices, it'll say Bomb Cherries, um Beats, Bomb Cherries, iPods Pros, Bomb Cherry iPod Pro, no iPod. I have so many things. I have so many things connected to my phone. It's ridiculous. If I showed y'all, like I have several iPads. Okay. I still have my iPods, and everything that I connect to my phone every once in a while. Then I have a lot of Bluetooth um heads, different things. That's not even Apple, you know. Anyway, and because I use the same account with all my devices, it lists them. Okay, I could show y'all if y'all don't believe me. But anyway, when you have your Bluetooth stuff turned on, so they had their Bluetooth thing turned on. How do I know it's turned on? Because it's telling me it's turned on. It's discoverable, right? So I pressed play I connect it to that Bluetooth, and then I press play. I do it every once in a while to my sons too. I do it to both their Xboxes, and I also do it because Xbox is through Microsoft. In case y'all didn't know, so it shows up. Okay, let me see if it's showing up now because they're not here, so they're not on. But if they were on, their devices would show right now. So what I'm saying is, your neighbor could connect to your laptop if you have this on, and you have it discoverable, and you don't have it password blocked. Now, if you have it password blocked, then they cannot connect to it without having the password. But remember, I said I haven't set this laptop up completely, and therefore I don't have it. I don't have any password or anything on it. So what I'm gonna do is I turn it off. Okay. Why do you need Bluetooth on your? This is an iPad. I'm sorry. This is a laptop. So I don't really connect anything Bluetooth to this. Okay. The only way maybe you have some external speakers. Um, Maybe you have Bluetooth hearing, where y'all listen to it through the pods or whatever. Then you would want it to be discoverable. But you can make it to where other people can't discover it, but definitely put a password on it. Okay. Make it to where there's a way to make it to where other people can't see it. Okay. They have other Bluetooth settings and things like that. Okay. So I don't need Bluetooth to this. Now sometimes I do connect this to my TV. I'll look at a movie on the internet and cast it to my TV. That might be why that was on. Because I'm not sure why I would have that on unless it was automatically. But I think I did cast to the TV when we was watching Sinners. I wanted to watch Sinners again. I found it on the internet and I was casting it to the TV. Okay. Anyway, I hope if y'all have any questions about protecting yourself, because people can be they can be doing everything you're doing on your laptop or your phone or whatever. They can actually see everything, right? Because you allowed them to connect to it. Everything you do, they see. I do recommend every time y'all get off the internet to reboot your phone. Restart the phone. Why? It'll cycle out a new IP address for you. Okay. Everything you'll get a new lease on the IP address. I don't really use phones on the internet to where people will be able to get my IP address. Like I don't get on Zoom on my phone. I don't get on StreamYards, but if you do get on StreamYards with your phone, please reboot that right there. Okay. StreamYards had a little issues like a few months back. People was getting hacked all over the place. It was through StreamYards that people was doing it. That's why, I started telling people don't let strangers up on your StreamYard. And they would just do it anyway. I'm like, okay. But not only would they hack the person who hosted the StreamYard, all of those who was up there on StreamYards on the phone was able to get hacked. They may not be able to hack me because I'm on a computer, but they will be able to hack everybody who came up on my StreamYards. I don't use StreamYards. Okay. And Zoom always had protections, and that's why I use it. The thing people don't really want to use Zoom because you got to pay up front. Even though StreamYards cost more than Zoom through the long run, right? Unless you pay it all up front. And then it's around the same price. I don't know why people still sticking with StreamYards. StreamYards don't have the protection Zooms have. And it doesn't have they cannot do nowhere near what I could do on Zoom. Okay. They can only host 12 people, and that's only if they pay. Right? The free account only give them 10 hours, which means you have to pay. And then they only give you 12 people. And I can have 1,000 people up here. I think I might be able to only have 500 now. I think I may have I think they may have changed the pricing, and so it might be only 500 now. I got 500 people up here. We could all be arguing with each other back and forth, right? I could do lectures. I got whiteboards. I have the things that I have. I don't know if y'all can see it when I go into the Zoom. I don't think they show y'all that, but Zoom is awesome. Okay. I don't know when ever use anything, but they have AI. I could put backgrounds up. It's so much I can do. I just don't, because I use it just for this, right? Even right here, it says it. See, I'm not sure if y'all can see it. Let me look on YouTube and see if y'all can see that. I gotta look through my phone. So, I use it just for this, right? Even right here, it says it. See, I'm not sure. Yeah, y'all can see it. Some kind of way they don't show Zoom through the Zoom, but there's a big, y'all can only see what's in back of it. But the Zoom, let me see if I do it like this, if y'all can see. Look, when it comes to the computer, baby, I know what I'm doing. I can split these screens, sandbag everything. I put it in the sandbox. I say sandbag, but the sandbox, there ain't too much I don't know about actual computers. But yeah, y'all can't. Let me see. Did it show the split screen? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm gone. I will be back later so we can shit on these niggas, but I'm gonna go water these plants. I am gonna reboot the computer. I did not want to. Um, because like I said, if I reboot, it's gonna restart me. It's gonna end the stream anyway, which I don't have no problem. Later, I haven't made breakfast. I smell food. I haven't made this chicken and rice, fried chicken yesterday, and some rice and gravy. And it smells so good. And it's still sitting here. Like I ate everything, but I could still, when you can still smell the fried chicken. Well, after you done ate fried chicken, you got to know it's good. He cooked the hell out of that chicken. Okay. That's the best fried chicken he's made, because usually he make fried chicken. It might not be all the way cooked in the inside. Or I had to tell him, like, hey babe, you're gonna fry the chicken, fry it to a golden pretty color, and then take it out and put it in the oven. And let it continue to cook in the oven. And it'll cook in the inside. That's the only way they have that pretty color. Because one of my sons, he won't eat the chicken unless it's a color that look like it came out the store. And I don't know if y'all know this, but in those restaurants, they pre-boil their chicken. That means the chicken is already cooked before they fry it. It's cooked to a degree before they fry it. And that's why when they fry it, inside is cooked. They just trying to cook out, the skin on it, get a good crisp on it. That can make a really juicy chicken too, though. Pre-boiling your chicken in some nice juicy, with some herbs and different things in it. Pre-boiling the chicken, it'll seal in them juices, and then you set it to the side, or you can marinate it and then boil it and then set it to the side. You don't cook it all the way, but you pre-boil it. You seal those juices in, and then when you go to fry that chicken, you put it in, boom, 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 boom. Okay. And you'll have a pretty golden outside, and the inside will be done and juicy. Do I recommend that? I recommend that if you don't really know how to fry chicken, maybe possibly. But the truth is, I have a video showing you how to fry chicken. I think it's still on that channel. If not, I can redo another one. Now, I was gonna make some bread for y'all this weekend. Y'all gonna have to put in votes on what y'all want me to make, because I want to get back into the cooking, the baking, and things like that. Simple things that y'all would like that y'all can do, that I know that y'all could do, and that y'all would enjoy. Okay, bread. Do I recommend y'all bake bread? To be honest, first of all, it's gonna taste way better than anything in store. But if you don't eat a lot of bread, then I don't like you when you make the loaf of bread, you need to eat the loaf of bread. But you can do many things with a loaf of bread that you make, right? Because your loaf don't have to be that large, and you can make uh like we will make French toast with the leftover bread. So when I bake bread today, anything that's left over, I will make French toast with the next day or even the same day, right? Depends. Because the bread does not last for weeks. They add something in that bread to make it last for weeks like that. Okay. Um, so I don't know. I just feel like I want to get back into the cooking. Um, I like those things was the things I was doing before my parents passed away. And I enjoyed doing them. I enjoyed making a little video showing you how to do it. It don't matter if I don't get views or not. I'm okay with that. Even if a couple of people watch it and follow it, I'm okay with that. But most importantly, I was doing it for my grandkids, even the ones I don't have yet. Um, where they can find my stuff on the internet and be like, "Oh, grandma made this," you know. And so and instead of me writing in their cards and shit that we know they're not gonna grab up, and I don't have no cards, and I do have a cookbook. Forgot that I'm working on a cookbook. That's a damn shame. That is so fucked up, y'all. I'm working on too many things at once. Um, I'm working on so many. I'm working on like 3 quotes right now, but one of a main quote that I'm working on that I've already decided. Okay, this one gonna be for me, I guess. I'm really not really. It's gonna be pretty, but it's not really my jam. But when I decided on the colors. I'm gonna show it to y'all right. The pieces. Hold up before I go. Okay, before I go, I'm gonna see if y'all can oh damn it! I just dropped my. Where is it? I see it. Heard it drop. I saw it drop. Oh, I see it. My black candle, baby. My black candle to put the voodoo on the hoodoo, on the we do when we want to do, how we want to do it. I'm just joking. Let me see. Okay. Okay, I scripted it all out, baby. Let me end this. Let me stop this right. Quick, get that gone. And what is this? We're gonna go back to the Zoom moment. In that, I don't need this anymore because I'm going to reboot. I was trying not to reboot, but I didn't want to. We're going to stop the share because I need to turn the cam on. So I do have to open mini cams back up. I don't really have to open mini cams up. I can use my cam without that. Let me see what that look like though. Why do I use mini cams? So I can, y'all don't be knowing it, but when I use the cam, like I do, it be going to many different places. That's why it's called mini cams. But I'm not about to do that now, so I don't have to use mini cams. Um, Let me see. What did I do? Okay. Wait a minute. Why is not come? Okay, hold up. I gotta go to settings really. Boom, boom. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I came to sit here. It's a mess right now because I haven't. I'm just sitting here right now. Went from my bed to over here, and so I had to, in order to make a quilt, it's a lot of work, right? It's a lot of work depending on what type of quilt you're making. And since this is my own pattern, I didn't purchase no pattern. I didn't even know you could purchase patterns about quilts until I started doing some research on the different blocks that I wanted to do. And I was like, damn. And then I wouldn't even know how to read it. I never seen a quilt pattern before. Okay. So, but what I've done is I saw a quilt block. What is a quilt block? It's the block that you make to make a lot of them to turn it into a quilt. I saw one that I liked on YouTube, and I was like, damn, I like that. And then I was like, okay. And with that block, I had to make some decisions, like how big I want the block to be. And then once I make the block, how many blocks do I want to make the quilt? And so here is what I decided. Okay. The block, I want 2 blocks. I got block A and B. And I'm gonna show you I don't have an actual block finished yet, but I'm gonna show you how I do have the blocks to make the block. So this is a difficult quilt. This is not a simple quilt. A simple quilt is a simple quilt. I can make a simple quilt. We can make one in a day or 2, maybe 3. Depends on how simple, you know, how and things like that. But you can make a quilt in a day. Okay. As long as you have everything and shit like that, okay? I don't want to make it seem like it's that simple. It's it it's a lot. It's a lot of sewing. Okay. Can you make a quilt in a day for real? For real? Yeah, it's gonna take you all day. And then it's gonna be just a quilt top. Because then you got to do the binding, the quilt yeah. So no, you're not gonna do a quilt in one day. Don't let nobody lie to you about that. Okay. Not a full quilt you could make a quilted something in a day, right? Yes, you can make a quilted pillow case. You can make something that goes on the wall, which that's what I was thinking about doing originally. Making something that goes on my wall, something real pretty. But anyway, so I got 2 blocks, and I got block A and B, right? That's 2 blocks, and block A needs 9 blocks of a 9 block, 5 colors and 4 whites, and then block B just need 1 9 patch, 1 block of a 9 patch, and then 8 white blocks. I'm gonna explain that in a minute. So the reason I had to draw this out because I needed to add. You see, I got a 5 and a 1 and 5 and a 1 and 5 because each of those blocks take these, and I've been sewing these bitches, baby. Okay, this is what I've been working on, and I had to do the math to see how many of these I had to make, and I need 107 of these blocks that I'm about to show you. I need 107. At first, I thought I needed 90, which I did need 90, but then I decided to add another row. At first, I was going to do 5 across and 6 down because I said I didn't want a square, right? No bed is a square. A bed is usually a rectangle, right? So I said, okay, I'm going to do a rectangle. So I was going to do 5 blocks across and 6. But then I decided to do 5 blocks across and 7 down. Okay. They're going to make it even bigger. And then I'm going to end up possibly putting something around it. I haven't gotten there yet, but that's the least of my worries. Okay. So when I did the math, I need, instead of the 90 blocks, when I added 17 more blocks, I need 107, not of all blocks, 107 of just the colorful blocks. And that's just these blocks. I need 107 of these blocks. I have them in different colors. I have them in that color, which is a blue with floral. I have them in what I call lavender and white. I have them in this kind of teal plaid. What they call that? Is that like a plaid? No, not a plaid. Paisley. Paisley. I only had a little piece of this stripy teal. So I only got a couple of those that I was able to make, which is the way I had to piece those. But I wanted variety of colors. I have gray flowers, the light baby blue flowers. I showed you hot pink. I have green dots. That's the pasty. I have some of what I call peace sign. And I have some that's called apples on white. Because I have apples on black too, but I didn't want any black in this. Okay. I gotta move these whites to the side because they don't get to be added to that 107. What it is, 107? They don't get to be added because I need a lot of those too. I have what I call khaki. and white, regular teal and white. And then I have a baby blue. I have a dark blue and white flora and I call one baby blue and I call one dark blue. Okay. I don't so I don't let me see. And all of these, and I need some more. So I'm only right now I only have I think 93. I only have 93 blocks completed and I need 107. Oh, I do have some more here. I have some pink. Okay, because I was wondering where they were. I have just regular green. I have the green flora, and then I have the regular green, plain green, or should I say? And I have a gray block, and then I have the dark blue. Okay. Believe it, and then I have this one. I didn't have much of this, so it's two of them. Though only had a little piece of this fabric, and I wanted to add it, which means I think I'm only have like two or three of these. That's gonna go. So I have limited of that type, and that other one that I told y'all that I only had a little piece of fabric. Uh, and this some of these fabrics are refurbished. That mean they were other items. I cut the items up. It's gonna be a nice quilt, right? And then so I need and I'm gonna show you how they're gonna come together, but to make the first block, and then I'm gonna show you how it comes together to make the second block. So when I had to do the mat. That's why I had to draw it out. Cause see on this white block, they have these little corners. That's a whole nother thing that I haven't even created yet. That's gonna be made from these. Okay. So that's gonna be a triangle, half square triangle block. And so when I start piecing everything together, I'm gonna cut this in a 5x5. So this one thing gonna be 4 blocks. So I did the mat, and I need 34. No. I need 17 of these. Okay. And I'm gonna split them through the colors that I have. Okay. Some of these I'm not gonna use because I have too many of them, but I need 17 of these 10 by 10 blocks. And then because when I cut them, it's gonna be 17 times 4, and that'll give me what I need for the quilt. Okay. Because I only need those on the number 2 block. Okay, on block B. Block A doesn't get those. Only block B get those. But when you see the quote, it looks like they everywhere, but they only on one block. Okay, so they're gonna be a part of block B. Okay. It's gonna end up making a pattern. So I need 107 of the blocks, the 9 patches that I showed you. Then I need 17 of the 10 by 10. And then I need 34 of the 5 by 15 white blocks. And then I need 34 of the 5 by 5 white blocks. Because this, although you see all them colors, this will be a white quilt. It's going to be a white quilt with pretty colors in it. Okay, so the majority of the quilt will be white. And as you can see in all these squares, the one constant is the white. You see that? So every single one of these 9 patches have white in it. So it's going to be white, and then it's going to have these pieces of color. And on the white block, at the corner is going to be a piece of color. Okay, and then they're going to all get attached. Now, for this block, this is not a block. This is a block to make a block. So in order to make block A, let me show you what that looks like. Because I think I might be able to kind of put it here for you to see. But when I piece it together, you're going to be able to really see. So I'm going to put this here so you can see. So they're going to be a block here. They're going to be different colors in each block. And I'm going to have one there. I'll have one here. I have one here. And here. So each block, no, let's do it differently. Because the background will be white. I don't have a white. Let's do it on the paper. Maybe we can see it there. Let's think this is the white of the, so that'll be there, and they're gonna have white here. This will be here. Color gonna be there. Color gonna be down here and right here. So that will be the full block. You see how it's gonna be a big, it should run out to be like 10 by 10 when it's done, right? It's gonna be the different colors like this, and it's gonna make a block. Just gonna be white, that's gonna be white, that's gonna be white, that's gonna be white. That's block A. Block B will be a block in the center with all white around it. See? But remember, I then said that at the edge of each block, they're going to be a piece of color. And it'll be the colors, the different colors. It might be a pot pink there, or blue there, or this, that, and there. And that's going to be block B. And then I attach block B to block A, then I attach block A to block B, and boom, boom, to where I have 5 on this row, and then 5 on the next row, and 5 on the next row, till I get 7 rows down. And it's going to be, it's my own little pattern. I've never made this pattern before. It's something I'm designing kind of in my head. But the only thing I saw was the block. I saw somebody make the block. It's a simple block. And then the B block, I saw somebody else make, and I was like, oh, let me see what that looked like, putting them together. Okay. So, but this is a complicated, and it's not a hard, but unless you have a pattern, this is a complicated block, right? I had to come up with the colors, the size. And I'm not even sure if everything gonna be exact yet. I'm not even sure, right? Until I make the blocks. I might have to, like, I'm not sure, as far as I know, and it should be, these should be 5 by 5s. But I think some of them might have ended up being a tad smaller than a 5 by 5 exactly. And if that's true, then I'm gonna have to get them all. And I really don't. That's me being particular. I can get this stuff to fit, even if it's a little smaller. Now, what they do is people will go in and trim them up, which I do need to trim them. But as far as getting them all to be the exact size, I don't have to do that. When I know I need to fudge and get a little more white here or a little less that, I know how to do that if I have to. But if I was showing people and I decided to do a pattern and either give it away or sell it, then people don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear say, well, you could do this. No, they want to know what the instructions are, and then they want my instructions to give them exactly what's, if they follow them. They don't want to hear where, well, if it's a little smaller, it's okay. They don't want to hear the shit. So if I find that I have one that's smaller than 5 by 5, then I'm gonna have to trim it down. And if I have to trim it down to 4.5, I will. I don't think I have to go that low, but if I do, I do. So if I end up having to make one 4.5, then I'll make them all 4.5. Okay. What would that affect? Nothing, just a little bit of the size, which I can make up when I start, if I decide to put borders around, which I think I am going to put a pretty ass border around using every color that I use, connect them going around. I think I'm going to do that. Okay. So between me sewing these blocks, which is not, it's not hard, but I made it harder for myself um when I wanted colors. Like I didn't have enough of this fabric in strips, so I had to cut them in 2-inch blocks, 2-inch square blocks, right? And then that means for me to make a block using these, I had to then attach them to a small strip of white, right? Instead, though, I don't have to do that if I got enough fabric, because here is where I gonna make a red. This is a red one. I haven't had any red ones. This is my first red ones. And you see what I do when I make red or make them. I have one with a white strip and two red, and then I make another one with the red in the middle and two whites. And then I'm gonna cut these into two-inch square blocks, or 2-inch square, 2-inch, not square, because they're long. I'm gonna cut them in 2-inch blocks, and then I'm gonna sew them and get this. I can show you how to do that real quick. That's really simple. I have cheat codes, baby. What is a cheat code? When you make things that make it simple for you. Okay. This is a 2-inch piece of cardboard. It's 2 inches wide. I don't even know how long it is because it don't matter. Okay. It don't matter how long it is because I'm only using it because I want it to be 2 inches. So what I've been doing, let me get mine. It don't matter if I use, because I'm not gonna cut. What I've been doing, I've been trying to come up with easy ways, quicker, easier. I don't care. I don't care about using a mat or anything. I'm gonna use this. I know that this is straight. I'm gonna put that there. And I'm gonna try to get as much of this fabric as I can. Right. So I go like this, and I'm gonna take a pin. Which one should be right there? It must be my phone. I just hurt my phone. Um, but I don't see my phone. Hey Siri, where you at? Oh, I see you. Okay. She said I'm here. Let me see what just happened. Okay, just some advertising. Okay, let me find my pen, which should be in my notebook because I keep one. Shit, it must have fell out. I don't even see it. Like you could keep it in this little ringer thing. I don't want to use that marker because it might. Let me see. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just keep my stuff right here. I do see some pins in here, but there's some that I don't want to use. Okay, we could use this one. Okay, so the cheat code is you get something, so you don't need a ruler. You don't need a ruler. I want to get every little piece of this as I can because you never know. And I do have a rotary color, but I'm not gonna use it. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna mark that side, and then I'm gonna mark this side. I hope this is writing. Yeah, it is. It didn't really write on that side so much, but so I'm gonna put that there. Okay, cool. And then I'm gonna continue to do that. I'm gonna put this here and see. So people be taking their rulers and they keep measuring. But when I was doing that, sometimes I would cut it a little too short. I would instead of do 2 inches, I would end up doing 2.5 inches, or I end up doing 1 inch. And so I really couldn't use that. Right. So this is just keep it simple. Now I'm only gonna make one of these blocks for you. So the middle, I need two of these and one of those to make a completed block. Okay. So I'm just gonna cut out two of those and one of these. Okay. We're gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna try to get it as straight as I can get it. It don't have to be perfect. If you follow certain people, you would think you gotta be perfect. You'll be worrying about, and don't really have to be perfect at all. Okay. I'm gonna cut that little piece off right there. Okay. This one, And then I'm gonna take my scissors. I usually would iron them first, but sometimes I don't iron them first. When you're doing 107 of these, you be like, oh Lord, like I need a shortcut. Okay. So I'm just showing y'all how to do it. I'm quite sure if you go to somebody else, there might be some people doing it kind of similar, like real quick. There's gonna be some people who got OCD. Okay. You got OCD. I cannot learn from people with OCD. I only have the patience to be wasting all that time for some perfection that I'm never gonna get. They trying to be perfect and they can't. You can't be perfect. Listen, okay. It will look like it's perfect though. It will look like it's supposed to look. So I need two of these. One and two. I make my own little I don't buy rulers. I be looking into buying rulers. I be looking into everything they be telling me to buy. And that stuff be expensive. And then I be thinking, well, what do I need all these rulers for? I can make my own little, just the same with a pattern, a clothing pattern. I don't buy clothing patterns. I I'm drafting stuff myself. And why would I resort to buying rulers for quilting, for taking little blocks and putting them together? It's like a whole lot of ridiculousness. But for me, I'm not telling other people that they're ridiculous. Okay, let them do it the way they want to do it. Nothing wrong with it. But I'm not paying those $30 for no goddamn ruler. Y'all got me all the way messed up, man. Ooh, Lord, $30 for a ruler? That for one ruler? One ruler? These rulers I have. Look, I have some rulers. Um, and they are $30 rulers. I got them when they was on sale, and I was mad even then when I paid like $16. Okay, $16 for a ruler. I didn't even want to do that. I'm thinking, shit. I bought a yardstick. I only paid $7 for the yardstick, but I need. Okay. So I have always there's something that can help you with your sewing. I always recommend different sewing feet. Okay, the foot. This right here is a 1/4 inch foot, which all you do with quilts is so 1/4 inches. You want to go to the smallest inches that gonna hold everything together. Do not go to 1/8 of an inch. That's way too small. A 1/4 inch is very good. So 1/4 inches is usually used in making quilts. Okay, 1/4 inch. So having your 1/4 inch foot on makes it real easy. So see, I have three pieces, but they two different types. I have these two, which are the same, and this one with the red in the center. So, but I'm gonna take this, put it on top, right sides together of this. Normally, if you iron it, right? People iron them and they say that it helps. It don't really help me. I find that the ironing, when they talk about locking in and all that, I don't really feel that locking in, but it could be something I'm doing because maybe I'm going too fast. But I'm not saying that that it can't help. I'm just saying it's a lot of time ironing for the little help that it may give. But if you cut them the same size, you just need to meet up the edges. Take the beginning like that, put it where it go. Get it underneath there. Drop the needle. That's all I need to do is drop the needle at this point. And then I come on this end and I put them together. And then I stretch it. And then I look here to see if those things are matching, which they are. And I start sewing. You got some cuts. Just sewing, yes, it is. Let me stretch again. Skin, make sure everything is straight. I want that to go that way. And I cut that off. And see, and they meet up. The blocks meet up. I didn't have to iron it. I didn't have to lock it. Sometimes my blocks are not meeting up exactly, but if I don't show you where that's at, you won't even notice it. Then I take this piece and put it on top, right sides on that piece. Okay. I'll do the same thing. Matching them ends. I'm going to drop that needle, and then I come to this end. Meet them edges together. Now make sure this part is meet, and see, because the foot itself helps me guide. I'll just keep my eyes there. And look what I just made. The 9 patch. It's called a 9 patch because it's 9 squares. And you can make a 9 patch. They don't have to be like this. Like you can do different colors in each one if you want. Still will be a 9 patch. But this is a 2-color 9 patch. And I wanted all of them to have the solid color in the center. Okay. There's one where I messed up where this white is in the center. So I scrapped that. I put it in my bag. Maybe. Let me see. This is my bag of scraps that's been coming from me making this coat. Okay. And I won't throw these scraps away. Because if I was gonna throw them away, they would be I'm gonna use those to make others quilts, or it may not end up being a quilt for a bed, but it may end up being a quilted bag, pouch. It could be many things. So that's the 9 patch. Y'all see that? Cool. Now, see how I made that with strips? But how would I make this with strips? You're like, Mom, how you gonna make? I didn't have much of this fabric. I don't even have enough to make a 9 patch because I think I only have enough to. I only had these 3 when I cut that piece. But I think I have another piece, and I just haven't cut the pieces yet. But I put it to the side. I am going to use, I only have a little bit of this color, and I'm going to make at least 1 square. I think it's cute. I like the color. I might even go buy some, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to buy anything for this quilt. So nothing that I have, nothing in this quilt was purchased. I have fabric from pieces of things that I made in the past, like scraps. And see, like a scrap like this. Let's say I'm able to get 1 square that's a 2x2 in here. The rest of this is too thin. So I will actually cut a 2x. I will cut a piece out of here and put it to the side so I can use it. Okay. Let's see. But I don't want to buy anything. And this, as you can see, this was a shirt. And I cut it up. I actually made something. I think I made a hat out of this. This is a khaki, nice fabric. It used to be one of my husband's shirts, that he don't wear anymore. And I cut it up. I made a bucket hat from this out of this shirt. I think I made a bag, a zipper pouch or something out of this. And I cut some pieces from this piece here, to make this, right? So when I want to make a square, when I want a piece out of here without using my ruler, I use this, right? I'm telling you, this thing is a lifesaver. It's like a time saver and all of that, especially if you're taking pieces from pieces. So this area, wait, let me see. Y'all can't see it. So this area is small. You see that? But I can still use it. I go in here, see where so if I go, I can make pieces like this, but they're kind of short. I can go here and make a piece longer. I can decide how I want to do it. Do I want the strips to be long, but I'm not sure how much more of this I have. In fact, this might be the last of it. And if it is the last of it, then I gotta think how I want to do it. The thing is, though, I have enough of this already. It's already cut out in little blocks, and I made some of them. So I'm not gonna cut this, but I was just giving you an example of how if I needed to throw this on these little scrappy pieces, draw that side, and then cut it out. Get a few of them, and then sew them together. And if I can't get a few of them to make them strips long, like these strips, then I'll make them into 2x2 blocks. And then I sew them to 2x2 blocks and still come up with the 9 patch. Okay. So that's the plan. And I need, so with this one being added, which I'm not gonna add it to the list yet, but yeah, I'm gonna have to add it to the list because I don't want to miscount. I have a red. See, I this is my first red, and I listed a red there. So I'm gonna put a 1 by red. Okay, I'm gonna put 1 here. It says I got 1 red, and then I'll put this in the bag. Okay, and so the last circled number I have is 93. So now I have 94, but I'm not. I have to add it if I add it. So I'm gonna have to put 94 there. Once I put it this page, I gotta add everything so I can keep up. Okay, so I have 94 squares, and now it goes in the bag. Hello?
Hello, Miss Britt.
Uh-huh.
Hi, this is Cindy. I'm calling from the Women's VA.
Oh, okay. Can you hold 1 second? One second. Thank you. I need to end something. Okay. Cool. Okay, y'all, I gotta go. I'm my somebody from the hospital is calling me, so I'm in this stream, and I'll see y'all all later. Let me see. Let me end this. Hold up. Let me turn the camera off first. Boom, boom. I don't know how to do it. Hold up. Where is it?